Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create REJJHouse. Let's get started. So to start, let's go to under model, click on new, and then go drop down, click on architecture template, and then press OK. We're gonna start off at level 1, and then here we have elevation tag. We want our grid lines to be in the middle, so roughly in the middle, or else we're going to move it in the middle once we're due. But right now, what we want to do is to start going to architecture and then to click on the grid line, which is this icon right here. If you want as well, you can have the keyboard shortcut, which is GR, and then after that, you click from the bottom and over the top. And you want to make sure that you're in 90 degrees, so it's straight. Press escape and then escape again. You can select it back, and then once you select it, you're in modify, and you can type in CO or click on this icon. You want to make sure multiple is checked, and then grab it and put it on the right side. And on the right side, you want it to be 90 degrees as well. So you start by type in 4467 and then enter. 2920, press enter. 1290, enter. 4275, press enter, and then 1910 and then enter. Press escape and then escape again. So after this, what we want to do is we want our horizontal grid line. So what we need to do is we need to click on the grid line or type in GR again. So once we type it, we want to go from right to left. So click right here and then on the left side. After that, press escape and then escape again. And if we zoom in, it is number 7 because the sequence that Revit knows is after 6, it will be 7. But what we want here is letters. So I'm gonna click on the grid line and then type in capital A and then click on the space. After this, you can type in CO and then grab it again and pull it going down. So once it's down, what we want to do is type in the numbers. So 7130, we have 3830, 44, we have 4484, and then grab it again going down 3902, and then 1663, and then press escape and then escape again. Now we have our vertical and horizontal grid line. What we want to do so that everybody can follow is just click on the aligned dimension, or you could type in DI, and then here we're going to add grid lines on all of the lines that we have right here, and then we put overall, and then again we go right here, click on all the grid lines, and then an overall. Press escape and then escape again. And then here, I just want to pull this backwards again. So I'm gonna select one of the grid lines. And the nice thing about Revit is it will recognize that all of this are aligned all together. And this dash line indicates that once you move this, it will move as well. So it will move and it will grab everything else. Also, if you want all the grid bubbles to appear right here as well, you can just uncheck or check this box. So you need to select each and every one of that grid line and then check all of this. So I'm gonna do that because I want everybody to know where we're going to add all our walls and all of those. And you want to make sure that there's no bubbles that are overlapping similar to this. So what we're gonna do is select that grid line, and if you notice there's a zigzag there, it's basically what you need to do is to click that so that it will create an elbow. So we're going to select that and select it from below so that nothing is overlapped and everything is cleared, and we could check all of those. Press escape and then escape again. So after we add this, what I want to do next is to go to our elevation. I want to add our levels. So let's go to our south elevation or any elevation that you want. But to follow along, let's go to south elevation, double click on that. Here we have level 1 and then level 2. What I want my level 1 to level 2 to be around 3000. So I want it to be consistent with that, but I want to add a ground. So what I want to do is to add a level below or add a level above. So here I could just select level 2, 3000. For me, I could add levels instantly in two ways. So what I do, if it's just this having two floors, it's easier to just add it by going to architecture and then selecting this icon or typing LL. So by doing this and then adding it to 3000 again, you basically saying that this is the height that you want and the level, and here it will create that floor as well. But I'm gonna undo this because there's another way of doing this, which is by selecting this level and then type in CO and then grabbing it from there, and you can type in as well 3000. But the extra step on this is that the level is not created on your floor plan. So in order for you to see this, you will need to go to your view and then click on plan views and then floor plan, and basically select this level 3, or if you have a lot, select the first and then hold on shift and then select the bottom so that everything is highlighted and then press OK. So now you created your level 3. But I want to add a ground. I want my level 1 to be off the ground, and I want to have a ground floor. So here, I'm going to press escape multiple times, and let's type in LL, and I want my LL to be right here below level 1. But here, I'm going to put it to, or I'm going to change the name to ground floor. And then I just want to put yes. And then here we could put it at -400. But I want to switch level 1 to level floor at 0 level. So here I'm going to pull it down, pull it up. This one ground is at 0, and level 1 I want it to be at 400. And then here, because I put 400, I want this one now to be at 3400 to maintain the 3000. And then here I can select this and then type in 3000 so that everything is accounted for. And then what I want here, so that everything is readable and not overlapping, is select the level, and similar to the grid line, you can add an elbow and then move this one right on the left side so that everything is seeing, and then you could grab it and lower it down as well. And then you want to make sure that this one overlaps the level. So in case you don't pull it up, what will happen is if you go to your level 3, I could double click here, but I know it already created, the grid lines is disappearing, or it's not appearing. So what you need to do is you need to pull it up like this, and then everything will appear as well. So here we need to do it on all our levels or elevations. So here, let's go to east elevation, grab it, and then pull it up. And then here we need to add elbows so that everything can be seen and not overlapping. And then we could select this one as well and then pull it on the right side so we have enough space. Go to north elevation, everything is pulled up as well, and we just need to add an elbow and pull it down a little bit. And then west, we just need to move this one on the right side and then select this and create an elbow. And I'm happy with that. So now what we could do is we could go back to level 1, clean this up, so close inactive views. And then after that, let's click on save. We want to save this file. So I found my location, and then I'm just going to put house for now. I can put in the name of the house later on. But before we click on save, what I want to do is click on option. And here it gives you the multiple backups that you want to create. It's default into 20. So my understanding is if you're good enough, you can put it at 1. If you're intermediate, around 5. And then if you're beginner, around 10. 20 is overkill, so you don't need to put 20. So for me, I just want 5. And then once you do 5, you can basically press OK and then save it to the location that you want. So now we're ready to add walls. So let's go to architecture again and click on wall. What we have here is a basic wall generic. What we could do is we could just select this and then everything is cleaned out. But I know that newer Revit, they don't have the generic anymore. So they have something that looks like this. All the pre-build walls. You can select one of those and then edit type, and then you can click on duplicate, and then you can type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, and what you do is click on edit. What you need to do is to delete everything else. Only the core boundary structure and core boundaries are the ones that will be staying, because they are the ones that cannot be deleted. So here, this is the exterior side of this, and then this will be the interior side. So we just need to click on delete multiple times. Once we're in the core structure and core, this will be grayed out. So you cannot delete this unintentionally. So the thickness, we're gonna put this one at 200. And for the material, what we need to put first is something white. So I usually put in gypsum wallboard and then press OK and then OK. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to add a wall all around. So here under B grid line, we could go to around 12 or 1300 from this. So I started from here and then it gave me a temporary dimension that I can see. This is 1300 from this part. So around 1400, 1300. So if we check this again, we could be at around 1400. So I'm gonna put this one at 1300 instead. So if I select this, if you notice that the exterior wall top constraint is unconnected, we need to put this one from level 1 up to level 2. So if we CS this, so CS is create similar, this is the icon under modify. We need to put this one to level 2, and as you notice, anything that you change here will be changed right here. It's already wall centered and then chain, so we don't need to do anything else. So this will be our starting point, 1300 from this wall or from this grid line number 1. After that, you go up to B3, going down to C3, and then going up to C5, going down again up to E5, and then going to E4. So you want to make sure that you are basically going straight, and then I'm just gonna zoom into my Revit here, and you go up to F4 and then going all the way to F1 and then basically going to E, and then from here what I want to do is just add a small one right here. What we could do is we could TR, trim and extend right here. So once we trim and extend right here, everything will align all together. It will meet at the intersection there. So that's our first wall. And then after that, select here CS again, and then here what we're going to do is we're going to add another wall, an exterior wall right about here. It will be, let's add something like here, going to E, and then right here going down again. So I'm gonna give you some details. So here I'm gonna select this. It will be around 2400 from this wall. So that's created, and then after that select this one. This will be around 2000 from this grid line. So select here, get it from there, and then 2000. For this one, we could actually push this one around 2600. So I think that's good enough size for this. And then we're just going to type in SL, that's split element, and then press escape again, and then TR, trim and extend. So we're gonna trim and extend on this part. So now we have something that looks like this, an entryway for us. So this will be good. And then we're going to add in our border wall in the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our project. We added the grid lines and then exterior wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is add the interior wall. So I'm going to click on the wall, and after that, we could edit this type, duplicate, and then I'm just going to put interior wall number 1 and then press OK. Edit, we're going to maintain the 200 and let's leave it as gypsum wallboard. Press OK and then OK again. Now we're going to add in our interior wall by first zooming in and then adding it right here. So closing this off. After that, we're going to add a wall right about here. So go to your D grid line, and we have a grid line right here that goes to D2 and then going down to E2. So that's closed off, and then after that we're gonna close this off. So let's create a wall right here. You could even extend this one if you want to. So I'm gonna extend this so that we don't have two different wall, or we don't have so that we have one whole wall right here. After that, I'm gonna select this CS, create similar, and then we're going to close this off right here, going all the way at the top right here. So I'm gonna put this one around 6500. You can even type this off so that it's proper. And then after this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have a powder room right here, and I'm gonna put this one around 1800 and then going down. We can even put this one at 1900 if we want to. So 1900 to have more space to our powder room. And then this will be our opening right here. So after this, I'm gonna select this CS, and we're going to have, or we're going to put a wall right about here. And then this wall, it's supposed to be around 1900. So 1900 from this grid line. So grid line E and then 1900. So we have our grid line right here. We can even put this one at 2000 so that we have enough room. This will be where we're gonna put our laundry. This will be our kitchen. This is either an office or a bedroom if you want to change it up. And then we have our living and dining right here. And then we have our exterior area right here that we could put a pool, or and then we have a gazebo here if we want to add a gazebo. So now after this, I think it's better if we add in our doors, so that we could view where everything is. So right about here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and then go to doors, and then residential, and we have something that looks like here. You can do, you can add different kinds. I'm gonna make it simple and use this single one panel wood. Click on open, and we have different variations right here. What I want to do is just load everything up. So I'm gonna select the one at the top and then scroll down, hold on shift, and then select the one in the bottom so that it highlights everything, and then press OK. It's basically just saying that, are you sure you want to load this large number of loaded family types? I'm gonna say yes, and then it's loaded. We cannot type in CM because that's this is a system family. So you need to go to architecture, click on this icon, or you can type in DR. Before you put it, as you can see, we have 300 by 2000. That's not the correct size that we want to add. So instead, you can go to drop down. This is all the types that we added. So we're going to add around 850 by 2000. I'm gonna stick with 2000 height, and then we could just vary from different kinds of width um, later on, depending on the situation that we have. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the 850 by 2000 onto the entrance door for our rooms, and then we could add something right here as well, and then we could have something right here. After that, let's go to 800 by 2000, and this will be for our, so probably 750. I'm going to put it at 750, and I will have it onto this one and also onto this side for our powder room. I'm giving it some space so that we have enough space to add in our sink right here. And then I believe that's about it. Um, and then we're going to add a different door for our entrance. So let's go to insert, load family. We're already here, so I'm gonna add in a glass door, something like this. Click on open. I'm just going to add the first four because those are the 2000 height. Click on open, DR, because this is a system family, and we're going to add in maybe the 900 so that this is the entrance door, so I like it bigger. So that's about it. We added the glass entrance door right about here, and then as you can see, we have this one. I'm gonna put the stairs probably right here, um, and then we could start adding um, some of the furniture so that everything is visual. I don't know if I'm gonna put in, so probably I'm gonna move this a little bit because I want to have my kitchen right here along this wall, and then we will have an island. So now I'm gonna go to insert, and then load family, and let's go and add in some furniture. So I'm gonna pull this up to the main, look for furniture, and then we could start off by adding seating. So here we have different kinds. I'm planning to add a sofa, so a sofa corbo. Click on open, and then CM. So we're going to add one at a time. So I'm gonna add one right here and a bigger one right here that I'm going to edit. So here we have added one here, but we're going to edit type, duplicate, and we're gonna change this width to a bigger size, so probably 2500. Click on OK, And as you can see, this one becomes bigger, so we basically edit the size of this. After that, let's load more. We could add in the tables now. So let's go right here. We have coffee table and then CM, and then add the coffee table right here. What we could do is we could actually change this size. I think it's better if we put this one right here, the bigger one right here, so that we have enough space for the entrance right here. Here we can select the coffee table, and we have different sizes that are predetermined, so we could have it like that. Let's move this one to the wall and give it some space like that. And then we could have our entertainment right here, and then here we're going to load more family, and then let's add in the dining table. Click on open, CM on that, and let's add the dining table right about here. Select this one, and let's edit the size, or let's see if they have a proper size that we want. I want the depth of this, but I want to have a longer one, so I'm gonna edit this, and we could just type in dining, and then the width probably 1000, and then the length I'm going to put it at 2500. Now it's good enough size, so sorry, let's just say no. I was able to press double and then to edit it. So here, let's add this, and then go to insert again. Let's add in some seating for this. So go back, and then seating, and then we're gonna add this one. Click on open, CM, and then let's add one side first, because it's easy for us to mirror this afterwards. And then we're going to give it some space, so spacing on each one. And then after that, you can use one of this mirror or the one on the other side. So this is the pick axis. I know there's an axis here, that's why you can use it, or you can draw it as well, similar to what I did. I draw it somewhere in the midpoint of anything like a family or the walls. So there's always a nodes that you can set it up. I'm planning to create a double glassed fireplace right here, so I'll probably think of later on. We're gonna, so that we have a separation of room, but this will be looking really good because we have that something there. And then after that, I'll probably have glasses right about here, and then an opening glass right here. I'm thinking of, should I add a glass sliding door or a panel bifold right here, a glass panel bifold. So I'm still thinking of that, or a sliding door right here. So which one should we put for the exit to go to the backyard? So here we're gonna add, and then we could add in an entertainment system right here. Let's not forget the side tables as well. So let's go to insert, load family. I'm going to go back, and then table, and then table end or nightstand. After that, CM, and then here we could just add it on this side, and then add a light right here. So go back to the main and then lighting, and then here architecture, internal, and we have something that looks like this. We have a floor lamp, and then we have a table lamp. So I'm gonna use one of this. So I'm gonna pick on this, click on open. If I CM here, what will happen is it will put it on that elevation. So if I want to know the proper elevation of this, I could try and using spot elevation, but after that it's not actually targeting. So most of the time this is what you can do. Spot coordinate, this is not correct, but spot elevation you can add it, but usually it's for the ceiling, so that's not something that we can use. So I'm just gonna type in CM and then add it right there. It's added, but you're not gonna be able to see it because it's not in the proper elevation. So I'm gonna add in this one is a section, and then we can double click on there. After that, what we can do is AL and then grab it from below. So I'm going to push this one on the side so that we can see it properly. So I'm going to align it from here, and then I wish I could grab this one right there. So now it's in the proper location. Once we go here, it's showing there. So I'm gonna delete this for now because I don't want it to be bothering me. And then before we finish, I could just insert some of the toilets right here. So let's go back and then go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures. And then we have water closet here that we have a commercial 2D or just domestic 2D. We don't need to add in the 3D, but it's up to you if you want to add that or this one. So I'm just gonna add the 2D and then CM on that, and we could add it right about here. We have enough room, and then here we could add it in between right here, and then we could add in the sink. So load, go back here, click on sink. We could choose whatever what we want. So I'm gonna add in the square, and then after that CM, and then we could add the sink right about here in front, and then we could add it right here. And then to give it more detail, let's go to annotate, click on detailed line. We already at thin line, so that's good enough. And then we could just add a countertop on that. And then lastly, let's check out this dimension right here. It's 1463. So we're going to add in a shower right here. So let's go back, and then we have a shower right here, and then CM, and then add it right here. We could space this out properly, and then select this, edit type, and then we have the dimension there, 1463. So 1463, add that one right there, and we were able to add the shower right there. And we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in some of the furniture, and also we added the interior wall and some toilets. Now we're going to keep on working on this. So what I want to do is to add a bed. So let's go to insert again, load family, and go to the main, and we need some furniture again, and then beds. I usually use the bed box, so I'm gonna click open. Let's save this first, and then CM, and then let's add the queen size bed right here. Press space, and then we could add it right about here. We could also add it onto this side, and then we could add in a closet right here. So I'm gonna add a closet right here, and this will be where our bed is. We could put it, or we could align it to the wall, so like that, and then we could add in a side table, which is like this, CS, to create similar, and then select that, CS again, and then add it right in the middle. So the create similar is a good way of adding any families, walls, doors right away. If you add something like this, if you try and CS it, you'll be able to add or grab it and place it anywhere you want. And the good thing about it is, um, what we did here is we put it in the proper elevation, so that's in 762. If you CS it, like I said, it will recognize the attributes that you already added onto this one. So it will just copy everything else. So after that, once we add our queen size bed, what we could do is we could add in our closet right here. So I'm gonna select one of the interior walls, CS on this, or let's select CS on this, add it first, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create another interior wall. So edit, duplicate, this will be interior wall number 2, and I'm just going to make the thickness 100. Press OK, and then here we could just increase the sizing right about there. Around 700 will be good enough. So, and then you can maximize it, or you could just leave it something like that, so that it doesn't feel like it's too cramped when you enter the room. And also, you can change this, instead of a bedroom, you can change this to an office. And then now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back to the doors and residential. We're going to add in the sliding door. So sliding door, click on open, and then add everything. So I'm gonna select this one right here, hold on shift and select the last one, and then so that everything is highlighted, and then press OK. And then after that, DR, because it's a door family, and then we could place one right here, and then select that again, and then here we could change the width. So 1700 by 2000. Let's see how it looks. How about 1800 by 2000? So that looks much better. A proper sizing for the closet. And then let's add in a detailed line under annotate. And then here I'm gonna choose demolish line, and this demolish line, I'm gonna add in 2 lines right here to represent the rod. I'm gonna move it closer to each other, and that looks good. This represents everything that we want, and then we have all of this already. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is um, we could add in our stairs. So what I'm gonna do now is go to architecture and then click on stairs, and then right here we're going to make it even, so around 7 each, so 14, and then just press OK. And then after that, let's add it right here. So it will let you know if you zoom in, and then if you read um, the one that we're creating, it's saying that there is 7 created and 7 remaining. So definitely we're going to add it like that, and then you could just give it some space and then add it right about there. Obviously you can increase the sizing more if you just move it by using your arrow key. And then here what we could do is select everything. I want it to be near the wall so that it create that hanging stairs. So here I'm gonna select that. I'm gonna move it first, and then here what we could do is select that again, edit, and then we could change all of this. So right support, I want it to be middle support, remove the stringers. So I'm gonna remove all of this. So left support, none, right support, none. Click apply and then OK. And then here we're going to remove the railing, and then the railing right here. After that, what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna put this back instead of the stringer that I don't want. What we're gonna do is we're going to select it right here. There's a stringer right support. We're gonna select this one, and then what we're gonna do is we're going to add some height on that. So the total depth is 400. Let's put it at 900. And what it will do is it will just create a railing that is glass. We're going to make it as glass. Let's see how it looks by using a camera. So now it looks like that, and as you can see, it's looking like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete the ones that we don't need, which is the one that is around here. And then at the same time, if we notice, we could just align this one, AL, align it right here and then right there. And if we see it in the 3D view, we have the stringer, and like that. An extra thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna remove. So I'm gonna select this, edit, and then we're going to go right here, run type, click on the 3 dotted lines, and then I'm going to uncheck the riser, and then here I'm going to uncheck that, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now the riser is not visible, and then we need to basically add in all the materials that we need. So right here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit here and then remove the portion that we don't need, like I said. and then delete here, and then we need this and this one, and then after that align it again to the wall, and it will look like that. So now it looks like it is um, connected to the wall. And then what we can do is we could create a, a nice wall right here. We could edit the profile of the wall and we can make it open, and then we're going to add in some wood slats. And then here, what you need to do after that is we need to select the materials, because right now there's no materials for the tread. Most of the time this is wood, so let's select one of the wood materials right here, and then so I'm gonna put this one right there. I'm gonna select that. I want to make sure that the landing is the same. So if we go to landing, um, same as run, so it identifies that we don't need to make any changes right here. So I'm gonna just check on that, and I want to make sure that the nosing is it's the same, because I don't want any slanted part. So I just want to double check on that as well. So how do you check it? You go to run, because sometimes this nosing is slanted or radius or those kind of stuff. So you want to make sure that this is just as default. We don't need any slanted part. This one we should just add the wood material again. I just didn't save it. Apply OK, apply OK. And then for the stringers, we go right here, and then we put in glass material. So type in glass, and then add one of the glass materials right here. Click apply OK, and then apply OK. You can change the thickness if you want. So here we can put it at 25, and then right here we could do the same thing, glass 25, so it recognizes the other side. If we see this, it will look like that. We could make it consistent or realistic. And then we have the glass, the wood, and then the mid support. Make sure this is metal, so select that, edit, and then go to mid support, and then here we could change the width as well, the depth, and then now the materials right here. Choose one of the metal materials. I'm going to choose this one. Click apply OK, apply OK. So now we have a beautiful stairs right here. And then after that, we could make this nicer. What we could do is we could move this one on the other side. So we have some space right here. So we're going to add in a section there so that we could see it properly. And then double click on that section. And then now this is the wall that we could edit. So edit profile. And here I'm just going to create an opening. And then once we create that opening, we're going to add in some designs. Maybe we're going to push this, because what we're planning to do is to just have this one. So I'm gonna select that, and then let's look at it at level 1. It's not visible, but right here what we could do in under section is to go to architecture, model in place, and then here we could do a generic model. And then after that, we're gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna select this wall, and then after that, let's select all the materials first. This is a wood material that I'm planning to add. Apply OK. I'm gonna put a casing, so I'm gonna case it with a rectangle, and then after that I'm gonna put an offset of probably 25 only. Select and then add something like that. Click on finish, and then after that, extrusion again, pick a plane, we're gonna select this plane, and then here we could add in some design. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add it something like that, and then I'm gonna click on finish, and then after that, before we do anything else, I want to change the orientation. So click on finish first, and then here in our view range, we need to see that. So it's actually right here. We need to pull it from the inside of the wall. So here I'm just setting this up so that once we do, it is going on the correct location. So here I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to put array, put in last, and then I'm just going to estimate probably 15. If not, we could just add more. So this will look like if we change the total. Let's put it 20. So let's put it right here. Press OK, and that's good enough for me. And then here we could just move it, and it will move properly. It will space it up, and then click on finish, and then now we have something that looks like this. We could go to our 3D view that we created earlier, and it will look like that. So something different. At least we've given this space some art, and actually we could maximize this one later on, because this wall is probably going all the way up, and then we could just have this one looking like that. So now let's just leave it like that. Go back to level 1. Let's hide this. We don't need it yet, or we don't need it at all, the ceiling plan. So delete this as well. So now we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the stairs and also this wall that we just added this one so that it looks much better. And obviously we can extend this more once we create the second floor, and then we extend this wall as well. So right now, what we can continue on is we could add in all the curtain wall windows. So the first thing we're going to do is go to architecture, click on wall, and then after that go to drop down and then click on curtain wall. And the things that we're going to add is windows. What I'm planning to do is create a window right here on this side. So once you add it here, you want it to be in the inside of the wall. So I'm gonna do this right here and then do this as well. And I'm gonna give it some space for sure. And once this happens, just drag it and make sure that this is not going all the way to the wall. I want to align this one as well, so this is aligned, so we're good to go. And this is where the kitchen is. I'm planning to add the sliding door right about here. And then in our entertainment system right here, we're going to add in the whole entertainment right here, and at the same time we're going to add some windows there. So here I'm going to select that CS. I'm going to add our windows right here as well. And then we're going to add a window right here. I'm planning to probably add it on this side, just above it. So I'm going to add it there. And then we're going to add something right here as well. This will be all the way right there. And then obviously we're not going to add anything here for the laundry room. I'm going to add a window right here, and then pull it all the way there. So now after we added all this, we need to go to modify and then click on cut geometry. You want to select the wall first and then the window after. So there is a sequence that you need to select before cutting into it. And then here we could do this right here as well, and then right here. And then after that, what we could do is we could go to our 3D view, and then let's set up the height that we're going to do it on all of them. Right here below, we're probably going to add a big window, but right now let's just focus on this. So I'm going to put this one around 2500. So this one is negative 500. So I'm going to maintain that AL. I'm going to select all of this so that all of them are at 2500. And then here, because this is the washroom, or we're going to just pull it all the way there, not too high. And then here, that's there, let's put it there. And then we could pull this one from below. We're going to select that and then grab it from here, and then let's estimate. So probably around base offset of 100. I think that's good enough. AL, select that, and then copy everything else. Except for this two, and then right there. So that looks good. And at the part 1 description, I want you guys to download. So go to part 1 description of this series, and you could basically download um, the parametric sliding door. So this one right here, and then just download it. So once it's download, go right here, and then you could just drag and drop. So just wait for it to be upgraded. And then after that, you add it right here onto this wall. But we need to double check it first because it's probably too much for that wall. So this is around probably 6. So the width is 6. Let's edit this. I want this one to be open handled. I want no inset, so 0 on that. Edit this one. Let's put this one to 5,000 first. I don't want any gap. And then I want it symmetrical. And then once you do, we can put this one right here. I want to change the height to be around 2500, similar to what we have on all of them. And then maybe we could change this more if we think that it's not proper, but looks like everything is aligned all together. We have everything right here, sliding door, so I'm happy with that. And then obviously we can just add in the mullions. So to add the mullions, I'm gonna do is go to architecture, curtain grid, and then here we could add in the midpoint and then quarter all of that. So this is around 1200, so we could make this one 3. And then here, let's see how it looks. So I'm gonna do it at 3 as well, right here. So I put it in the midpoint and then 3. And then here, 2 of them. And then here, 3 of them. For this, we can put it in the midpoint to represent that it could be sliding. And then after that, go back to architecture, click on mullion, all grid, and then let's put this to rectangular mullion 50 by 65. I think that's the best one. It's not too big, it's not too small. Select that right there, and then just select all the ones that we added some curtain. And then if we change this to fine, we're gonna see what we've done, consistent color, and all of that. And then here, what we could do is edit the exterior, and then interior should be the same. And metal handle, let's put it right there. Ceiling materials is black as well. PVC, main, and then glass. So I'm happy with that. And then press OK. And then everything is properly selected there. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in the floor so that it doesn't look like it's floating. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. This one can be floor number 1, and then edit 200 there, and then change the materials. I'm gonna put this one to stone, and then use this one right here. Click apply, OK, and then OK. So now let's hit this pick line right here, and then select the um, inner line of the wall. So let's just go around here, and then we could just put it all the way right here, and put it in here as well, and we could just fix it up afterwards. So type in TR, this is trim and extend. So in the corners we need to clean that up, connect them all together. There's a lot of gaps here and there, and once we got that, we could just click on finish. It will let you know if you miss anything anyway, so capitalize on that. So once we have it, we could check that we have floor right here, and then after that we could add the furniture and then the laundry room right here as well. So let's go to insert, load family, and let's go back to the main, and then let's look for specialty equipment. So once you're here, click on domestic, and then mid-range, and we have those washer and dryer combo right here. We're gonna click open, type in CM to load it instantly, space bar multiple times to change orientation, and place it right beside the wall, and then select here. I don't want the label to show, so edit type, uncheck show label, apply, and then OK. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to add a sink right here. So what we could do is select architecture again, and insert load family, and then let's add in a sink. So let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we have sinks right here. And what we could do is just very simple, single kitchen, CM, add it right here. So now we need a top freer. So go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then click on generic model. Press OK, and then here we could extrude, create an extrusion right here. So we're going to create the casing first. So select right here, select here, and then we could just create the extrusion right about here. After that, click on finish. Before that, actually put this to 875, and then we want a different wood material. So select this one, and then select this, apply OK, and then click on finish. After that, click on create again, click on extrusion. We want to set this one, so pick, and we want it on top of this. After that, we need to change the material and the extrusion to 25. So all in all, it's 900. For this one, we're going to change the stone material to limestone, apply OK, and then select rectangle and create your top right here. Click on finish and click on finish again. I think it's better to create a section right in front of here. Flip this one and double click. And as you can see, we can see that this is on top of the sink, on top of the surface. And then we need to create a void on both of them. So I'm gonna grab this, I'm gonna give it some space so that we can see much better. So once we do, we're going to select here, edit, and then create, click here, and then create void extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this. And then we're going to add a extrusion right about here. Go to 3D, and then what you need to do is just grab this one and push it all the way at the back. And then click finish. So we finished right here. We have our void. Now we're gonna create our void right here. So let's go to level 1. Select this one again and edit. And here, create void and then void extrusion. It's already set to what we want, which is the level. And then here, just create something that looks like this. I like to have it over this wall because I want to showcase the sink. So now I'm going to select finish. Before we click on finish again, pull it upwards or downwards. So you just want to make sure that everything cuts into it, and then click on cut. And as you can see, you will see the sink right here. Click on finish, and then might as well create the doors for this one. So let's go and create that one. Select this one, edit, click extrusion, and then pick a plane. And I believe we need to add the last wood that we added. I believe this is it. So I'm gonna use this as my material, and then here I'm gonna put in 10. And then after that, create a rectangle, and then I'm gonna offset this to 10 as well. And then let's select this one in the corner, and let's do it on this side as well. And then once you do, we can divide them. So I'm gonna add a line right here in the middle, and then a line here as well. And then let's add some drawers right here. And then let's add something right here as well, a drawer. And let's add more right here. And then after that, we click on the pick line again and then offset this. So we need to add this offset. And then after we do, type in SL. And what I usually do is I go to one side and make sure to cut it on one side, not in the middle, so that it's easier for me to clean this up. And then here we could clean this on one side as well. And then once everything is cut, we can type in TR, that's trim and extend, and then clean up. This one we need to clean up because there's some overage. We went over on those. So this one, SL on one side, TR. And then delete this. TR again. Here we forgot as well. Delete this part and then TR. So trim on this side. And then once we finish, click on finish there, but there's an error. So let's see which one. Usually it will let us know. Show, and then this one. So we could just continue TR and then click on finish. Click on finish again, and let's see it in 3D, and it will look like that. Lastly, I want to have some shelves, so I'm gonna edit this one. Click on finish, not finish, sorry, create extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this wall, and then here just a simple shelvings, and then offset this to 25, and then we could just have one in the middle, and then like that. And then offset this to 25, and then SL, clean this up. Let's put 4, and then let's trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then go to 3D and extend this. So that's good enough. I'm happy with that. Click on finish, and then we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the laundry room. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to level 1. And the last thing we're gonna do here in the laundry room is let's go to section again and then select this, click on in place, and then create extrusion, and we're just going to pick this wall, and I just want to add a backing for this shelf. So I'm gonna click on rectangle and finish this off, and then click on finish, and we have the backing for that. So after this, what we could do is let's go back to level 1. I'm planning to create the backyard. So we're going to add in the pool and the deck. But before we do that, let's add in our overall perimeter right here by creating the border wall. So here I'm gonna click on architecture, click on wall, and let's add in an exterior wall number 2. So right here, create edit type, duplicate. This will be in exterior wall number 2, but this will be our border. Maintain the 200, and then for the exterior material, we're going to select something different right here. So let's use masonry. So I'm gonna click on brick common gray, apply OK, and then OK. And then here we're going to just add, we're not gonna connect it yet because I'm gonna change the height. So here it's saying base constraint level 1, but we're gonna change that to ground level for sure. And then here, after we added this one, this will be around 38 or 3700. And then let's move this one all the way right here, and then before we connect it, let's fix this one first. So this one is too near to this one. So after that, go to 3D, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this one, and then click on tab. It's going to select all of this exterior wall, and then after that we need to base constraint this to ground floor. So this one got extended, and then this one as well. All of this we need to be base constraint to ground floor. At the same time, this one that we have, we're going to top offset this one to around 1500. So negative. So at the moment we're gonna leave it like this. So this will be the look, and then obviously we're going to add gate around here, maybe just 1000, just to be able to have that height there. And then we're going to change this to grills, and then let's go to ground floor, and then we could start adding floors for the backyard, and then connecting all of this all together. So after that, we're going to create another extrusion Um, but let's create the wall first. So wall, ex edit type, duplicate this. This will be exterior wall number 3, and then change this to 100. And this one should be something tile for the um, for the pool. So here, let's look for a tile. So we're gonna use this ceramic tile, and then after that, use rectangle, and then just put the rectangle right here in front. It's not going to be visible because probably of the of the view range, but let's do it again, or let's look at it in 3D. So let's go back here, wall, exterior wall, and then add it right about here. So we want it right here. So top constraint should be ground, and then base constraint can be minus minus around 1000 or 1500. Let's put 1500 first, and then here ground, and then a little bit of top offset right there. So if we check it, it will look like that. And then go back to ground, and then here what we can do is add the deck first. So we're going to add a deck. Um, so here we could click on floor first, edit, duplicate floor number 2, and then this one should be a wood material. Let's use 32C glulam, and then here we're going to add the deck connected right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it some space right here, and then around to this side. So I want to give it some space, and then TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend on all of this. Click on finish, and then let's look at it in 3D and see how it looks. I'm planning to put this one to level 1, and then we're going to create a stairs for this as well. But let's go and add the grounding for this. So we're going to add another floor, edit, duplicate floor number 3, and this one should be concrete. I'm gonna put precast, okay, okay, then okay, and then this one I'm gonna pick line right here, and then this will be same as the rest. So trim and extend right here, and then right here, and I want to add it onto this side as well. And then click on finish, and then if we check it into our 3D, it will look like this because this is the ground. We have this one probably ground as well, But this one actually we need to put this one to level 1. I think that's correct. And then we just need to add um, another stairs right here on this side and this side as well. So, and we need to edit this, edit boundary, because we need to add an opening onto this wall. So the full wall needs some editing. And then this full wall, I just want to double check again. I want to copy, so ceramic tile. We're going to add a model in place, a generic model. And then this one, extrusion. Let's add an extrusion right here. Use rectangle. And then change this to ceramic tile. Click on finish. And then we could use this and then push it all the way down. And then give it some space right there. After that, go back here, create another extrusion. But this time, I want it to be water. So type in water right here, and then pull it up, apply OK, and then let's add water right here. Click on finish, go to 3D, pull it down a little bit, and then a little bit on top. And then click on finish. So now we have our water, and then we have something like that. I just want to finish off this video by adding the stairs under our deck. What we could do actually is to select this one and then height offset this to, so instead of us adding a stair right here, what we could do is offset this to -200. So it will look like this. So that's the step for this. And we're going to add only steps right here. So it's a lot better. So either adding everything on all the perimeter right here, it's better to just add it in front. I just want to double check what material we use right here into this floor. So edit Glulam 32 Glulam. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of using this one, I'm gonna go to our ground floor, and then here I'm going to make a model in place so that it's easier to do. And then here I'm gonna extrude, set, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this one, and then here I'm gonna extrude it 200, and then change this material, and then click here, and then we could just have it right about here. And then click on finish, and then finish. And if we check, it will look like that. So another step that we could just increase the size if we want to. And as you can see, it looks much better. It's not something that we just add and it will look like a deck. So I'm happy with what we did there. And then why not add the grass portion right here. I'm planning to, because this will be our walkway right here, and then this will be, so the grass portion right here is only this one, and then here, and then anything else will be different. So right here, what I'm gonna do is click on floor, and I want to understand everything, so I want to show it right away. And then instead here we could do lightweight, press OK, and then OK. We're going to have for the carport right here, and then we could just select this one right here for the entrance, and then maybe right here as well. So I'm gonna drag this all the way here, trim and extend right here, and then right there. And then what we could do is we could just have a walkway right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create something that looks like this. I think that's much better. AL, align it right here, and then SL to slice them, and then TR to trim and extend, and then click on finish. And you just need to double check. Okay, so trim and extend right here. And then lastly, we need another floor. This will be the one with the grass. Duplicate, okay, edit, type this one, type it as grass, and then select the grass, pull it up, apply OK, and then OK. And then here we could just add the grass right on this side, and then click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. So we have our walkway right here with a patch of grass. We can make this nice, and then after that we have the gate here, and then another gate here for walkway, and then obviously we're going to add in our something right here for a stairs. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in all of this. We added the backyard, we added the pool, and then all the floors right here. And now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to ground floor. And what I want to do is to download a pull ladder that I have. So go to your part 1 description, and then it will be the second link, and then here you'll be able to download the pull ladder. So download, and then you just need to drag and drop, and then place it into your pool. So now I'm going to put this one around here. Let's put it on this side instead, and then this will be attached on the wall there. So if we check it on 3D, it will be like that, so it looks nice. After that, what we can do next is to add in some furniture. So let's go to ground floor. and then add in. So go to insert, load family, and then here we go back to furniture, and then here we have some tables, and then what I want to do is add this one with the chair, override, and then CM on that, and then here we could add this one right here. We could increase this size. I know it comes with preset diameter, so we could have something that looks like this, and we can place it right here. One thing I want to add as well is to add a gazebo right here, so we could do that later on. And then what I want to focus now is to create the kitchen. So here I want a linear kitchen. What I want to do is probably extend this one, so around 1500 should supposed to be the opening only. So I'm just extending this, and then after that I want my pantry to be over here, and then the kitchen to be linear right here with an island right about here. So now what I'm gonna do is go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then go to generic model. We're gonna create our um, base cabinet first. So press OK, and then here click on extrusion, and we want to make sure this is another wood material. So I'm gonna put in wood, and we have the 32C. Now we can put 32H, pull it up, apply, OK, and then now select rectangle, and then we could add a wall right here so that it's covered right there. So here I want it to be at least 800. I think 800 is good enough size. And then here I'm gonna do this separately for sure. And then here I'm going to click on finish. I want it to be at least 875 height, extruded. And then after that I need to create the top. So create extrusion, and then we're going to set this one, pick a plane, and then select this top. This will be 25 high, and then here we need to change this to a stone material, and then let's use this one, polish granite, apply, OK, and then rectangle right here. After that we're gonna click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D, and there we have it. We want to make sure that this is not in the ground, so I'm gonna select this, and then I'm going to pick the work plane, and it should be level 1, and then this will follow along because it's extruded on top of that. After this we need to click on void, and then void sweep, pick path, and then we're gonna pick this path right here, click finish, and then after that we need to go back here, edit profile, and then we're gonna add a profile. So this will be the kick plate. So usually I put this one around 50, and then the height to be 100. After that click on finish, and then you could go to profile or here, click here again, and then cut geometry, and it will cut right there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this off so that it looks much better. I don't want this one hanging. So I'm gonna finish it first. Go back to level 1, select here CS, and then add it right here. I'm gonna trim and extend, and then I'm going to align this one right here. So everything is aligned, and as you can see, we have something that looks like this. And then after that, we have our top and we have our base cabinet. What we could do is we could add in our sink. So go back right here, select this one, edit in place. Before we do that, we need to insert it first. So insert, load family, and then go back to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then sink. And then we have different kinds right here that we could add. What we could do is we could add this one right here. Select that, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation, and we could add it right about here. I want to add it right here, and then what I want to do as well is to give some space for the fridge, or I will add the fridge on this side. So the sink will be here, the counter or cooktop will be right here on the island, and then we could move this one on this side, and then we could just create some space right here for the fridge. So that's about it. I think we need a bit more so that it looks much better, and then move this along. We could insert the fridge as well so that everything is placed properly. So we need specialty equipment, domestic, high-end. Let's add in a high-end fridge. We have freezer, so we could have different ones. And then look at this, we have something that looks like this. Click on open, CM, and then add it onto this side. I think this is perfect fit. What we could do is we could move this one in front a bit, or just align with this, and we're going to add in a case. So we're going to create a case on this one. So now I don't want this label to show, so I'm going to edit and then uncheck this. So I'm going to move this one right about in the middle. I think that's good enough. And then after that, we need to void here the sink. So as you can see, we still have this one. So what we could do is go to level 1. Let's fix how this one looks. So go to 3D. Maybe we should just align it, AL. Align it there so that everything is flush. And then after that, go right here, go back to level 1, select this, edit in place. And then create a void extrusion. And then we need to create a void extrusion around here. After that, click on finish, go to 3D before you do anything else, extend it all the way up, something like this, and then click on cut geometry, and then cut geometry right there. Click on finish. So now select here, we need to cut this one so it doesn't show, but I'm going to edit that again, because this one, it needs to be showing. So cut, select that, and then here, and then there we go, everything showing up. So just another extra step in order for us to do that. Click on finish, and we have something that looks like this. Now we're going to build a shelf here. So go back to level 1. I'm going to delete this. We don't need it anymore. But we could add another section right here. And then flip this around. And then you could just control the view range. And then double click. Fix this so that we don't overlap our view. And then here we could just add the cabinet. So here, go, and then we could add the same one because we added column 32. So now here, delete that, and then edit this, actually create this one, and then pick a plane, and then let's select this back right here, so the back wall, and then add a rectangle around. We want to make sure that the height is around 2800, knowing that our total height is 3000. That is basically 200 minus for the height, so that when we add the 200 thickness floor, it will be placed right here. It's not going to overlap. So now we click on right here, glulam 32, click on finish. So we forgot to split this one, so SL, split that one, TR, and then trim this one. Click on finish, and then go back to 3D and extrude it more so that it looks like this. So that looks good. So now let's go back to our section, and then let's add in our top cabinet case. So let's go right here, select this one, edit in place, extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this one as well, and then we have glulam 32 as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and then create something that looks like this. And then here we could put in, because we know that this is 800, so at least around 500 for the depth. Select finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. I think that's good enough. And then before we click on finish, let's add in the backsplash. So click on create an extrusion, and then pick a plane, which is the wall. Select rectangle, this one around 10, and we need a backsplash. So I'm gonna type in tile, and then anything that will be considered tile, I'm gonna add it. So I'm just gonna use this for now. Click on OK, and then click on rectangle, and then just add a backsplash right here. Click on finish, and then on finish again, and then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. We're going to add something right here as well, but let's finish the casing and the door as well first. And then we're going to add a pantry casing as well here. So let's go back to level 1, and then here we're going to create a model in place again, generic model, and then here we're going to extrude this first, rectangle, and then here let's make it a big case because we need to add some cabinet as well there. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm going to make this one a wood material. I'm gonna add this, apply, okay, and then here we could just add something that looks like this. Click on finish, go to 3D, and then push it all the way up. We could do is we could create a section in order for us to show this, but we're still working right here, so we could put this at 2800 and then click finish. So we could add in our section if we need to work on this afterwards. Select this section. There's too much of that view, so we're gonna put it right here as well. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. So I'm going to double click on to our section. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in our cabinet. So here I'm going to select this and then edit in place. And I want to make sure that we have the Gulam 32H. And then we're going to create an extrusion. We're going to choose the base first and then select Gulam 36H, click apply, and then extrusion should be 10. Select rectangle and then offset this to 10. And we want to make sure to select the corner right there, space bar, so that it goes inside. And then here we could add our cabinet doors. So we're gonna do this 3 times here because we have different elevation and different set of faces right here. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on line. I'm gonna remove the offset to 0, and then we could just add 1 in the middle, so the cabinet's right here. We can add 1 right here for the cabinet doors, and then we could have this time right here, and then let's grab this, copy, and then copy it like that. After that, let's decide which one will have some cabinet doors, and then which one will just have a single, and then we could have something like that. Now let's click on pick line and then put in an offset of 10, and then we need to add double lines on all of this. And then once you do, we need to split them. So let's start at the top, type in SL, and then split it from one side so that we don't need to trim and extend both sides of this. Let's do this right here as well. And then we're done. So trim and extend, and you want to make sure that you got everything trimmed. And then if you miss one, Revit will let you know, so you don't need to worry about that. I'm gonna do the one in the middle first, and then we're gonna do the one below. So here we need to trim it on this side. So this is just a repetitive situation. So now after that, let's click on finish and look at it at 3D. It will look like that. We're gonna do it on this fridge as well. So go back to section, and then here click on create extrusion, and then we're gonna pick a plane right here, and then after that let's do the same thing. So we're going to have the one at the top. Before we do that, we need to offset this to 10 as well, so that we need to be consistent with what we're doing. So spacebar right here, and then here we could just add this right here, and then here as well. I'm going to align this so that everything is aligned properly like that, and then we could just have this one at the top. So the top portion, let's offset this and offset that. So 10 added right here, and the one in the middle. So SL, split, and then after that TR, trim and extend. And then once you're done, just click on finish. Look at it and see how it looks, and that looks good. And then let's go back to section again and do it right here. So create extrusion, pick a plane, let's select this, make sure this is the correct one, and then offset this. So that's the correct material. Let's add this one up to the corner, offset it so that it goes inside, spacebar, and then here we could just align this one. And then I'm going to make sure this is all aligned right there. And then after that, I'm going to basically copy the way we added all of this. So I'm gonna align each and every one, and then we're gonna offset 10 afterwards. I think that's the best way of doing this. And then AL again, and let's do everything same. This one's right there. AL again. And then after that, offset 10 here. And then let's go on the left side. Then after that, TR, trim and extend on one side. Or SL first, split all of this first before we trim and extend. And do it from the bottom. And then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then after that, click on finish. And we haven't done this part yet. So what we're gonna do is we're going to SL first. And then trim it after. And then click finish. And that's how it looks. It looks good. And then what I'm gonna do is probably going to select this one and then CS on this, or we could just select model in place. I want to add one here on the side, but we could do that later on. What I want to do next is maybe the island, so it looks much better now. So right here, model in place, and then generic model. This will be number 7. We're going to create an extrusion, and then let's select a different wood material. I'm gonna put this up, and then here we could put 875 extrusion there, and then we're going to add an island right here, and then AL, I'm gonna align it from the inner of this, and we're basically going to give some space right here. I believe around 1200 is good enough. I'm happy with this. And then after that, click on finish again. We're going to flip this because I want to have a nice waterfall effect. So double click on this right here. We have this one. So we could select that, edit in place, create an extrusion, pick a plane, select this. And then after that, we're going to add the countertop, granite polish. I'm gonna choose that. And then here we could have, or we could just select this one right here to make it easy, and then 25 for the thickness. And then after that, we just need this one, close it off, but without an offset. And then click on finish, go to 3D and push it back. I want to have this one, an overhang there, and here just flush it. So right here we could push it a little bit back, not too much, but just enough for your legs. And then click on finish, and to make it nice, what we could do is we could move this one a little bit forward like that. And then let's go to insert, load family, and we could go right here under specialty equipment, domestic, high end, and we have our cooktop electric right here. I'm gonna choose this, click on open, CM on that, and we could add this one right here. We could push this a little bit right there. Change this to fine so that we could see everything else. Edit this to uncheck that, show label. We could just put this one to medium, and then if 3D, I want everything to be looking good, so to find so that we could see everything that it is showing. So we have something like that, and then let's go back to seating. So go to furniture, seating, and one of this we're going to add, so it's the stacking one. CM on this spacebar to change orientation, and let's add this one. And we're going to just space it out, and then I believe that's good enough for, and then space it. I think that's good enough on that. And obviously we need to load in the hood. So specialty equipment again, domestic, mid-range, we have the hood, we need the hood. So let's go to high end, and then let's look for hood island, click on open, CM on this, and then let's flip this right about there. Check this one so that the show label is not showing, and then let's put this one in the proper height. So now we could just move this one all the way up. We could move this one MV to go up faster. This is our level right there. I know 200 it's not gonna be seen, but I'm just gonna push this one a little bit there. So it's showing there. Let's go to 3D and see what we've done. And then definitely we need to add in something right here. So double click, and we need to add some cabinets there. So select this, edit in place, This one is Gulam 36. So we're going to create extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this one. Make sure this is Gulam 36. This is 10, and then select here, offset to 10, and then add something like this right here. And then we could just flip this one a bit at the top because we forgot to add in on 110. We forgot to add in the kick plate, so we're just doing this for now, and then just add somewhere right here in the middle. Some space right there, and then maybe we could just copy here. And then here, copy the same thing, and that is not looking good. So we could just add in big ass drawers right here. Click on offset, offset this to 10, and then click right there. And then after that, SL, split element on all of this. There we go. And then now trim and extend. And then this side as well. And then click on finish, and then finish. So it looks like that. And then we could just align this one, this face to this face, so that it's flush. We also do it right here, so that it's flush right there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finishing up our kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and as you can see, we have a lot more to do. For instance, we need to add a kick plate on here. So I'm gonna select that, edit, and then here we have void sweep, and then here we're gonna pick path. After that, select that, click here, and then edit profile, and we're able to add in right here. Usually have 100 right here, and then around 50. Select finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry. And now we have our kick plate right there. It's not visible here, but we have a kick plate there, and as you can see, it's right there. So that thing got voided, and we have a kick plate. So now I want to focus on the pantry right here. And before we do that, we need to go to insert, build family. I'm gonna add in an high end right here. So go to specialty equipment again, domestic, high end, and then let's add this one. It's a double. Click open, CM on this, and then let's add it right here, and then the pantry will be here. So this thing got added. Select this so that we remove the show label, and after that we have our section right here that we can see, and we need to flip this or put it to the proper height, which is around here. At the same time, we cannot put it all the way right here, and then we're going to add in some cabinetries. Let's add in the void here first. So select that, edit, and then here we could create a void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we could select this. After that, select this one right here, and we could just add a void right about here. Click on finish, go to 3D to expand it to the proper location, and then click on cut geometry, and then click on finish. So now this will be see-through, so that's good. And then we're going to add in some cabinets right here, so we need to go back to our section. So before that, let's go to 3D and let's add in our kick plate as well. So select here, edit, in place. Select this void and then void sweep. Pick a path again, select this path, click on finish, click on modify sweep, and click on edit profile. After that, you create your void form, which is, for me, this is 100, and then this is around 50. Click on finish, and then finish again. Click on cut geometry, and it will cut. After that, go to section again, and then here we need to know what's the material that we use, so I'm gonna copy that for sure. And then after that, press escape, create again, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select the face of this, and then this is already 10, so that's good. And what we could do is we could add an offset right here of 10 as well, and we could do something like here, spacebar, somewhere right here as well, spacebar, and then we're going to add somewhere right here, and then spacebar. So now this will look like this. We could move this one all the way. So this is 3-panel basically. What we're gonna do is we're going to add something at the top, because that's not something that we could use, but we're going to align it from this one. I'm gonna align it right here, and then align this one again using this right here. So we're good with that. We could just divide this. I'm thinking of dividing, adding something like that right here, and then offset this AL, something like that, and then adding the midpoint right here. Move this one a little bit, and then adding 10 as well. So that's looking good. And then that's the only thing we need to do is to make sure that we copy each one correctly so that it looks like it's a pattern. And then here, this will be big ones. So we could basically have around 400 maybe on each of one of them. 400 right here. Then 400 right here. So this one is 7, so around 420. And then here 420. There we go. And then we just need to copy the same thing, and then let's create an offset of that. And then let's align this. I just want to make sure that this is aligned. There we go. And then now we just need to split all of those. This one is kind of big, so I'm gonna put this one to 10 so that it's similar to right here. There we go. So SL now, split it on one side. So that's why I'm trying to put it right here. And then on this side as well. This is already done. So now trim and extend. Okay, so that's good. So now we just need to click on finish, and we miss some right here. After that, click on finish, finish, and look at it at 3D. So it looks like that. So let's just save this, and then I just want to know this one right here. This is bamboo weave. Let's go to one of the section. I think this is section right here. I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna create extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna add this wall, and then place this. And then after that, let's just add somewhere right here. So I'm gonna align it all the way right here and up to here. So click on finish and then finish. So we have that, all of that, those information right there. I want to have something right here. Maybe let's just add, because it doesn't have a casing, so I'm gonna edit this extrusion, and maybe just to add a small bit there. Something like that. AL to just delete that gap. I don't like that there is a gap there. And then we could just push this. Delete this. I'm gonna offset 10 right here. And then TR, trim and extend on this. And then actually I'm going to push this one a little bit there. This is around 7, that's fine. Let's make it 5. And then 5 here as well. After that, click on finish. And I think it looks much better without that gaps there. So that looks really good. And then here, what I want to do is I'm gonna flip this around, and I want to just add just a small like a railing there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go and add a model in place, then a generic model, and then here I'm gonna change this to wireframe so that I can see, and then I'm going to create a sweep, and then I'm gonna sketch it first. So I'm gonna sketch this. So what I'm gonna do is a rectangle somewhere right there. That's good enough. And then delete this part. I want to see it in 3D. So click on finish and then edit profile. And I'm going to put in a circle. So 5. Make sure this is metal material. So go to metal. Apply OK. And then click on OK. OK. And then here we're going to go to that section. And then we could just pull it up like that. click on finish, and then in 3D, let's see how it looks. We could just move this one all the way backwards, and then we have something that looks like that. And then if you see it right here, we have something that looks like that. I'm just double checking that our kitchen is done. I think we've accomplished what we've done here. We have an access right there, and then this is actually just an entrance for this. So I'm just gonna delete this for now. We don't need it yet again. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So before we do the second floor, I want to do is to do the entertainment system right here. So let's go back to level 1. And then I want to click on the section, and then here we're going to add a section, and then let's flip this and then flip it on the other side. So now we could double click onto the section, and then we have something that looks like this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this a little bit on the left so that we don't see the coffee table and then the sofa, and then now it will look like this. I will push this one on the right so that we have enough room, and then we can see everything. So this is basically what we're gonna work on. So let's go to architecture. I'm gonna make it simple. So architecture, component, model in place, and then here we're gonna click on generic model. And then we're gonna choose extrusion and then pick a plane, which is this wall. And then here we're going to change this material to wood. So we've been adding wood lately a lot, so we're gonna use this one. I know that we haven't used this, so I'm choosing that one. And then here I'm gonna create a rectangle, and then the extrusion is just 10 because I want it to be just the background of this. And then I want to make sure to just push it all the way right here, because if we see it's just only this part, and I want to leave this part to the dining area, so only up to here. And then I want to make sure that there's 200 at the top, not 300 like this. So it's basically wall to ceiling. And then now let's click on finish. So that's good. That's for the first ideal. And then the next one would be a shelving right here. So I'm gonna click on create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select this one. After that, we're gonna leave it as the same materials that we did, and then here we're gonna create a rectangle, and let's make this one something like around 700. And then here we're gonna click on rectangle again, and then offset this to 25. and then we're going to create a rectangle again, spacebar to put it in the inside, and then here we're going to create some shelvings right here. So I'm gonna create this and then offset 25, and then I'm gonna copy this and then copy it all the way down. So you want to make sure to check multiple so that we add it multiple times right here and we don't need to keep on adding those. I'm gonna leave it like that. I want some room right here so that I could put in like a big or a bigger vase with a flower on it. So SL, and then just cut it on one side so that it's easier for us to trim afterwards. And then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then obviously our extrusion end, we need to increase that. We could look at it. So I'm gonna put it at 500 for now, and then we could extend it later on. So here there's we could show which one is we haven't done. So continue and then TR. So when you miss something, Revit will let you know. And then let's go to 3D to see how it looks. I think 500 is too much, so let's put it at 400. I think that's good enough. After this, let's go back to section. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in and like I want to add something right here that will have like a hanging shelf, so something like that. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna click here, click extrusion again, pick a plane, and then this one I want to have pick here, and then this one I want to have it from this height. And then I'm going to align it all the way right here, and then this will be, I don't want to put it right there, but this will be same thing as the one at the other side, but we're gonna flip this and we're gonna add some design right here. And then we're just going to add another one right here, and then maybe we could just mirror this, and then SL again, cut it in one side so that it's easier for us to trim and extend. So TR, trim and extend right here. And then after that, click on finish. We're going to make this around 300 only, so it will look like that. And then we're gonna add a top on that, so this will be another extrusion. Pick a plane, this wall again, but this will be something stone. So we're gonna choose something that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use slate, and then I'm just going to hang it something like that. And then this will be 300 as well. And if we check how it looks, it will look like that. So something different. And then at the same time, I want that stone to be a backing for this. So if we go to section, I'm gonna create another extrusion, pick a plane, I'm gonna choose this, and then this one would be 10. So this slate is just a backing for our TV. We're going to make this around, I'm thinking of 100. Now it looks like this. As you can see, it looks nice. So we're gonna place the TV right here, and then I want to add in some decorative wooden elements, probably on this side, or I'm just going to add another stone material. So I'm still thinking of what I'm gonna do here. So what I'm thinking of to do is to go to section again, or level 1, and then do an extrusion, and I'm gonna choose another wood material because I wanted a different wood material now. I'm gonna use this, apply OK, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to create something right here and then right here. First, I want to double check if this is possible, so I'm gonna click on finish, and then after that edit, and then we're gonna create our design, so something like this. Obviously we're gonna split all of this. I'm gonna copy this so that everything is same distance, and then right here we could just move this along, and then I'm gonna do it on the same thing on the other side, but this one we could add one more. And then here what we could do is we could just adjust this. Let's make sure this is aligned, and then SL, split it in one side, and then TR, trim and extend. And then let's do it right here as well. And then let's click on finish, and then let's go to 3D so that we could extend it upwards like this. We could use align so that to check if everything is aligned properly. I think that's good enough. And that's our entertainment system right here. Click on finish. If we go to section again, or let's go to level 1, and then let's add a TV. So load, go to family, go furniture, and then here we have a flat screen. Click on open, CM. Let's put this one right here, and then go to section, put it in the middle. And then here, what we could do is, let's remove the stand. And then here we could just increase this. So that looks good. We have it right about in the middle. So at least we have something that looks like this. It looks nice. And look, it looks elegant. And then if you want to, you could put in some lights around here. Definitely you could add that, and then it will really be good. You could put lights below or above right here as well on each shelves, so that when you put it in Twinmotion and you choose neon as your light, it will create that beautiful effect. So you can put it around the TV as well, or on the side if you want to, or under this shelf. So the next thing I'm gonna do is I want to add a separation right here, but instead of just a wall, I want that wall to have like a fireplace. So that fireplace would be for both of this room, and I think it will look nice to have that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on model in place again, generic model, press OK, and then here click on extrusion. We're gonna choose a stone material, and then click on stone, and then probably we haven't used this, so that's good. And I'm just going to create something right here in the middle. I think there's enough space for this one, and we have so much opening here, so that could be the reason that you could just estimate this is 1800 by 600, and then we're gonna click on finish. At the same time, if you notice, it's 100 only, but we could just estimate this one to be around this high. And then here we could create or add, so I'm gonna finish this first. Let's add a section so that we could see it properly. So double click on here, go right there, and then we have somewhere right here that we could add. Select that, edit in place, and then go here, and then we're going to basically create another one. So create, extrusion, and then this one we could set this at, pick a plane here, and then this, we're going to select this one, and then click on there, and then finish here. Go to section, we're going to put it all the way at the top. So right now we have something that right there. We're gonna pull this one like that as well. As of now, we don't know the distance right here from the ceiling. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep on putting this right here. Maybe we could use this as our guide. So we just need 200 from the top so that it doesn't interfere. This is good enough. And then after that, go back right here, because we will need to add the glass. So I'm gonna select this one as well, edit, and then here create an extrusion, and this will be glass. So we need to type in glass right here, and then choose one of this one. So select that, click apply, okay. We're gonna pick a plane. We're gonna choose this plane again, and then here let's add in the glass, and then an offset, so the thickness of the glass, let's do 10, so maybe 25, and then flip it going inside. Click on finish and see it in 3D or in section, and then we could just pull this one up. So it's like a aquarium, but we have something that looks like this. I think this is too high, so we could just put it like this. There's gonna be flames here, and then we could just add something like that. And if we see it in 3D and with realistic view, that will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the entertainment system, as you can see, and then we have this modern fireplace. So that will have or would be for both of this area. So the dining and then the living area. So now what I'm planning to do is to create a patio right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and then here what I'm gonna do is going to architecture and then model in place, and then here we could use generic model and then press OK. So we're going to create our base first. So I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then here what we could do is we could choose one of the wood materials. So I'm gonna choose something that we haven't used yet, so oak red. So I'm gonna remember that oak red, and then hopefully it doesn't go right here. And then now I'm gonna create a square support, so around maybe 200 by 200, and then I'm gonna copy this as well, CO, and I'm gonna copy it on this corner, and then I'm gonna copy it again to place right here. I think that's good enough size and good enough cover. After that, click on finish, and we go to 3D so that we know where to put it afterwards. So maybe a little bit high from level 1. I think that's good enough. And then after that, go back right here. What I want to do, so let's go and finish. I want to add in a section first so that we can handle this nicely. Double click right here, so we have our section created. We could extend this if we want to, so that we could see everything. So this is the wall, and then we have the 4 support. So now let's go back right here. So select this, edit in place, and then create an extrusion. We're going to create an extrusion, but on the ground floor. So we're gonna pull it up later on. So here we need to put at least four, or maybe just two. I'm gonna do four instead, so that everything is squared. So I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then I'm gonna set this one. I'm gonna pick a plane. It doesn't matter because we're going to pull it up anyway. So I'm going to create something that is over this. So I'm just going to add it right there. Move this one a little bit. And then pull this one a little bit up like that. And then I want 100 offset, spacebar, select that one right there, and then click on finish. Same material, go to section, and then pull it up all the way there. And then we want to maintain at least 100 thickness. And then that's good enough. I think that's good enough. And then we could create the joist, the decorative joist afterwards. So it's going to be at the top here. But what I want to do is lower this a little bit down. So something like that, so that we have enough space for the plank to be placed at the top. So we're going to have it facing here, and then we're gonna add some decorations. So after this, let's go to ground floor again. And then now, I know it's not visible, but we're gonna imagine the plank going right here. So now we're gonna click on extrusion again and make sure that it's oak red. And then here we're going to add something that looks like this. We could extend it a little bit to give it some design right there. And then let's click on finish, go to section. In section it will look like this, but we're going to pull it up. We're gonna make it nicely thin like this. We can put it all the way right here, and then if we see it, it will look like that. Obviously we could extend it a little bit more if we want to, but that's your design. It's up to you. So now we're going to just design this one. So before we do anything else, we need to I'm planning on adding another section on this side. So I'm gonna click on finish, and then go to ground, click on right here, section, and then let's add it right here. Flip it so that we can see it, and then just do it like that. So I'm gonna double click here, so this will be our section 2, and then we could do something right here by selecting this again, edit in place, select here, And actually we need to create a void extrusion on this. Pick a plane. We're going to choose this plane. And then now we need to create some design. What you can do is you can have something like this. I'm going to pull this one back a little bit. That's too much. And then let's give it something like that. And then do it like this. So now click on finish. Look at it at 3D. We could extend this if we want to. And then cut. So now it looks like that. After that, let's go to ground floor again. Here we cannot see it. Let's see if we could see it on level 1 or level 2. So level 2 we can see it. Select that. We could array, choose last, and then what we can do is put in the numbers, probably 20 you want, and then select right here and then up to right here. Press OK, and we want to check it out. So our void is only on this part, so now we could just extend this, and then once we extend that, we can cut that afterwards. So select this, and then it's something that you won't see, but you know that it's there. So the first thing you need to do is select the wood first and then the void. So like that, you just need to add. So I know it's repetitive, but it's something that we need to do, unfortunately. And then there you go. And then it's up to you if you want to do it on the other side as well. But that looks good. It looks complete now, having that one there. So now we can click on finish. And what we need to add more is some details right here. So what I'm planning to do is go to the section 2. I want to add a support right here. So I think by adding those supports and then supports on the other side as well, it will look nicer. So select that, edit in place, create extrusion, and then we're gonna choose this one right here. And then once we choose that, we need to create a slanted support right here. And then we want to mirror that so that it's the same. So I'm gonna look where our midpoint is, and then now we need to click on finish, go to 3D so that we can see it much better, and then here we just need to AL, align it right here, and then here we could just manually push it back. So I'm going to base it from this part right here. AL, right here, AL on that, and then AL on this. There we go. That looks good. And then we just need to copy that on the other side. So what we need to do is I'm gonna go to section 1. I think that's much better. I'm gonna grab it there, CO, and what we're gonna do is copy it from here, and then let's look at it again in 3D, and then we could just align it again. There we go. And then we're just going to do the other one on this side. So let's go to section again. For this one, I want to double check because I didn't see how the angle was. So I'm gonna edit extrusion, and I want to know my angle. So it's around probably 25. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then go to section again. Let's do it right here. Extrusion again. Pick a plane and then choose this plane. And then after that, make sure everything is good. And then this is 25 slant. And then in terms of thickness, you'll be the judge of that. Around 200 probably. That's good enough. Or we could just check the thickness right here. Around 151. So let's do the same thing. Edit right here. 151 to be consistent. Select that and then mirror in the midpoint. And for some reason this one is off a little bit. So let's double check here. MI, or select here, mirror. Let's look for the midpoint. And then it's really off, but it's not too big. So I'm gonna move this one up to here, and that looks good. I'm gonna click on finish again, look at it at 3D, and then align it, AL, and then align it again. And then go to level 2. Maybe it's visible here. I'm just gonna go to section, section 2, I'm gonna highlight that, copy, and then grab it from this corner. Make sure constraint is unchecked so that you can change it, and then just align it with the face right here. There we go. So that looks good, and then it looks complete, and I'm happy with the design. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create this patio gazebo. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to start on level 2 now. So click on level 2, save your project first. And then if you want, we could delete this now. We don't need the sections anymore. And then as you can see on level 2, the underlay is, we have our underlays on. We have it on base level, but we're gonna use that first, because what we're gonna do is we're going to add our exterior wall first, and then our interior walls, and then after that we're gonna hide some of this, or we're gonna hide the underlay so that it doesn't show. As at the moment it's gonna be confusing because we have everything right now. So now what I'm gonna do is, so now select here and then CS, so that's create similar. So what I want to do is to basically create everything. So here we start at B. So this is the one that we added. So we're going to go after B3, and then after that we're going down C3, and then go to C4 or C5, and then basically just copying this. So we go to E, and then here we have this one, and then we might pull this one all the way back because we're going to add in, so we're going to add in a balcony on our bedroom, so we might extend that later on. So here we're just copying everything and then go to finish right here. So we have our exterior wall. Now we're gonna do our interior wall, so we could just select this one, CS, and then from here we start by connecting this wall right here, and then connecting it all the way right here. And then here we could close this off. So we close this off, we close this off by just using the line. So this is grid line number 4, and then we have a grid line number 5 right here. that we're going to extend as well. And actually we need to push this back all the way right here to this grid line. So this is grid line number 4 as well. So this one, and then this one should be connected right here, and then closing this off. And then here we need to close this off as well. So this is basically, we have a space right here that is open below. So now we're going to close this off, and then later we're gonna remove this, and then we could put in a railing here so that it's we could see it from here. After that, CS on this, and then we could close this off now. So put a wall right here, and then wall right about here, and then close this off. So this one we could align it AL, and then align it from here. So hopefully you guys can follow. We could just basically delete this now, and then what we could do is we could add in the floor so that we know everything that we need to add. And then after this, close this off again. And then this is already closed off. And then here we have 2 bedrooms right here. So you just need to add a wall there. And then obviously we have a big room right here. We're gonna close it off on this grid line. So that is number 2 grid line. And then this is basically, we divide this 2, and this will be for our washroom, our ensuite, and this is for our walk-in closet, and this will be our main or master's bedroom right here. This is another bedroom number 1 with its washroom, and then this 2 bedroom will have its shared bathroom right here. So if we remove our underlay to put it to none, it will look like this. So now what I want to do is to add in a floor so that we can see much better. So I'm gonna click on architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate, and then click on OK, edit, and then here we need to change this to gypsum wallboard. And then after that, we click on pick line, and we pick everything right here. And then obviously we don't need this part. And also the one right here for the, so there's a lot of cleaning to do. and then here would be our 1 as well. So TR, trim and extend right here. We don't need it right here. Unjoin element. And then we could trim and extend right here. I believe this is good. If not, Revit will let us know anyway. So we just need to have this one open. Connect all of this. This is right here. And then we have also somewhere here. So this is open and this should be open as well. So that's the trick that we have right here. What we can also do is to create a shaft instead, so that we don't need to worry about anything like this. But I know that we need this one to go all the way. So let's see this. Let's continue, trim and extend right here, unjoin, and then we need something right here. And then trim and extend. Obviously, we need to review everything, it's kind of confusing. Don't attach. Let's look at it at 3D first and see how it looks. So this is both open and then open right here. So I think we did it correctly. So I'm gonna click on save first and let's continue. And then now, when you're seeing this, what you need to do is select that, click right here, attach top base, and then here it will disappear like that. So just do it with some of this, and you'll be able to remove those overlapping walls. And then after that, what we could do is we could click on modify and then paint, and then we need to choose one wood right here. I'm going to use teak, and then as you can see, that looks really good. And then after that, we need to add a glass right here and also a glass right about here. So let's go to level 2, and then here click wall, and then we're gonna use curtain wall. We're gonna add a curtain wall right here, flip it on the other side so that it looks like it's connected right here. Something like that. And then another one. Connected right here. And then if we check it out, it will look like that. And obviously we need to pull it down to our height. So around 900 is good enough. So negative 2100. And then let's do the same thing right here. Align it. And then do it right here. So it will look like that. And everything lines up properly. And then let's make sure there's no gap there. And then push it all the way right here. I think that's good enough. And if we check it, that looks like that. So I'm happy. And then here we just need to do the same thing, just checking if there is an overlay there. So now let's go back to level 2, and one thing we could do is we could put back the underlay. So let's put down level 1 underlay again. It's because one of the reason that we could do that, we should do that is we have the doors already added, and also the bed. So if we do this, CS, and then flip it right here, we'll be able to add the beds right away. So we could add it right here, and also some of this one. So CS on that. So it's easier to just add everything, and then it will basically copy the height as well. So you don't need to put it or put the elevation there. It will copy the elevation. The only thing that it will change is the schedule. So basically it will be placed on the level 2. This one is from level 1. It's because you're in level 2, that's why it recognized that it will be placed at this level. So here, even this one, let's add it right here. Even the sink, let's put this back on this spot, and then we're going to add in the shower right here. And then we have the shower already here, so CS on that. Place it back right there, and then right here, because it's basically the same size. And as you can see, we have enough room to add there. And then now here we have 750. Let's do the same thing. So let's add it for the washrooms. And for the rooms, that's 850 by 2000, CS on that. And let's add it on the rooms right here. And then here as well. And then on this side. So this is how fast you can add it, because we're using the underlay, and then we're using create similar, and then just like that we have everything. Already have it right here, and though we just need to keep on placing everything, and then now I think we have everything that we need to add. So now we could just put on none, and then now we just need to clean this up. So CS on this, because the other one is over the wall. We could copy this and then add it right here, and then here we could push this all the way right here, and then copy this again and push this one all the way right here on this side. I think it's better if we push it all the way there, and then we could add in the closet right about here, closet right here, and then we should add this one right here as well, and then this one. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on this part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, you were able to start level 2 already. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do is add in the beds first. So let's finish all the beds. So CS on that, spacebar to rotate, and then let's add it right here, and then the side table or the nightstand on the sides right here. And we want to make sure that this is aligned beside the bed so that everything looks nice. And then here CS on this and add it on the top. And then also let's add it on this side. So for this, what we could do is we could add in the bed. So I want to do is add the bed first right here, and we will add in basically the closet on that side as well. And then let's move this one all the way right here just to give it some space. And then after that, what we can do is we can open this up. So this is wall opening. I'm gonna select that and then create a opening right here, and then we will have the closet right here on this side, the walk-in closet. So after that, what we can do next is we could basically add the washroom right here, CS. Gonna add it right here, and then this will be the shower as well. And this one, we have it big right here, so instead of shower, probably we could add in, so here we could add 2 sink. Yeah, let's just add shower right here. I was thinking of adding a tub. So this is 1750. So select that, edit, duplicate, number 2, and then we have 1715. Click OK. And then as you can see, it's stretched all the way there and it looks nicer. And then right here, because we have enough space and this is a shared one, so 2 sink would be nice. And then obviously we need to add the countertop there, or the top. So we're gonna use thin line instead. So we're going to add something like that, and then something right here as well, and then like this. So now it looks like that. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add a closet. So I want to double check if we have, so we have this one right here. So CS on this and go to level 2. And then now we'll be able to add in a closet right here, a closet on this side. So around 700 will be good enough on both sides. And then here we could just push it to 700, and that's good enough. And for level, we have it at 700 as well, and we can CS on this. So let's add it there on this side and on this side as well. And then because we have this one already added, it's so easy to just CS on those annotations. And as you can see, it's very easy to add, and it's quickly, we don't need to look for it. And the only thing that we need to do is we just need to put it in consistent distance. So I think that's good enough. So now we have all of this there. I'm going to add an annotate right here to represent the closet. I think the distance here is around, let's put it at 700 and 700 as well. And then I'm happy with that. And then actually we could just make it bigger because we have enough space here. And then here we need this one to represent that we have levels there. We have shelvings, and that looks good. I'm happy with what we accomplished here. And then we could add in probably a study area right here. So we could go insert, load family, and then tables. We have a desk that we could add, override existing version, CM. So those desks, it's probably already here. So type in just desk, and then let's add this one right about here. And then load family again, seating, and then we have executive right here, and then CM again, and let's just add it right here. So I'm happy with that. And then obviously we need to go to our 3D and add in the glass. So we're gonna use curtain wall again, and then in some of them it will have, we will have balconies. So in terms like here, this will be balcony, and then balcony as well, and then we have a balcony right here, and then also a balcony. So we will have those things added. So what we could do is we could go and add architecture, and then floor, and then we have this floor again, number 6. I believe this is just gypsum wallboard or the material, but we're gonna use that. Here it's easy because we could just select that and then add it all the way there. Here as well, and then here we could copy the way the sizing that we created here. So copy this so that everything is similar, and then here as well. For this one, how big was it? So probably gonna make it 1200. That's too much. 1200 as well. I'm happy with that, so I'm gonna click finish, don't attach, and then now we have something that looks like that. And then from here we will make it nicer. So let's add in the curtain wall first. So click here, drop down curtain wall, and then obviously we need to add curtain wall right here. Flip it like that, obviously right here as well. Flip it like that, and then here we could just move this one right about here because we have enough room. CS, let's add it right here. Flip it, and then CS on this as well. Let's just add it right here. Obviously, like I said, I always want some room right here. I don't want it to be too much or too over. And then here we could just move it a little bit so that it doesn't feel like it's too much there. I think that's good enough. And then here we could just move this one backwards a little bit because we have enough space here. So now click on modify, click on cut, select windows first and then wall. So wall and then window, wall and then curtain wall, wall again and then curtain wall. So everything is cut. We can also get some curtain walls right here as well, so why not make it nice right here. And that's more than enough. So cut and then cut it there, and then after that go right here and we're going to set the height first for 1. So for this one we set the height, I think this is good enough height, AL. So you select everything again, so I'll AL, align everything, and then align it there. So once that's done, everything except for this two would be the same. It will remain on the bottom, and for this one it's only at the top because this is washroom, so we don't need it too much right there. So AL and then right here. So now everything looks like that. And then let's go to level 2 again because I want to add the roof. So here I'm gonna select architecture, click on roof, edit, duplicate here. This will be roof number 1. Click OK, edit this thickness to be 200, and then the material, let's put gypsum wallboard, and then we're gonna paint the other materials once we're done with this. So here, before you click anything, what we need to do is put it on level 3. The reason that I chose level 2 so that I could see everything, and then we could basically override the base level anyway. So that's a trick that you can do. And then before you click, also make sure to uncheck this one. So here I want to make sure that just the perimeter um, you want to add those, not everything. And then right here we need to go over and then now we need to trim and extend on all corners. And then I'm sure I'm missing something, but let's just click finish first. And lucky enough, there's nothing. But after that, we have something that looks like that. We need to hover on one of the wall exterior and then click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior, select it, and then here we top offset this to around 400. So we're gonna create a parapet on top. And then like I said, we need to go to modify, click on paint, and then we are going to assign a materials here, asphalt. And then here we go, select that and then click it right here. So now our ceiling is gypsum wallboard, and then here we have that one. And then definitely we need to add the mullions, but before that let's put in curtain grid. Here we just want in the middle so that it looks like similar to the bottom, that it's being opened separately. And then here what I like to do is add 500 at the top first and then go into midpoint and see how much we do. So we could do this one as 1/3 and it snaps. So here we could do, if we do 1/3 it's too much, so we could half this and it will look still nice. And then 500 at the top, and then 500 at the top, and then midpoint again, and then midpoint here as well. And then before we add mullions, actually we could add the mullions now. So click on mullion, all grid, and then 50 by 65. So select that right there. And then obviously we need to add the door. So I'm gonna add it here. So we need to delete that, because there shouldn't be a mullion if there's a door there. So delete here and then delete that. And then after that, what we need to do is we need to go to insert, load family, and let's go to the main and look for a door, and then we have single. So this is very important. You need to load this, click on open. After that, what you need to do is we need to just put your cursor into the curtain grid and then click on tab, and you want to make sure that it's only highlighted to the panel that you want your glass door. So I'm gonna select that. Once you select that, you'll be able to go to this drop down and then add that one. Don't worry about the orientation, we're gonna deal with that later on. So let's add all of this first. So click on tab, it highlights that, and then click on the curtain door. Let's do it right here, and also onto this one, and then do that. So after that, go to level 2 in order to change the orientation. So here we need to flip this and then flip it like that. You want it to be going from the outside. Flip it right here and then just flip it going there. So now everything looks good. And then in the next video, we're gonna continue working on this and we're going to design everything. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the second floor. We added the windows, we added the doors, and then we added the mullions and the roof. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is make this the same material. So here I can see that the joint connection is not that I want. So here I'm gonna go to level 1, and then I want this one to be all full, and this is the one that connected. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my modify, and then here click on wall joints, and then once you see this, you select the connection. So I'm gonna select this connection, and we want it to be squared off. So now it's giving you some options. So here, once we click next, it will do what you wanted to do. So I want it to be full, and then this one is the budding joint. So now once we do that, we need to just move this so that everything is connected. Let's go now to 3D, and then here, this is where we're going to change this. So I'm going to select this for now, and then we're going to determine which material are we going to use. So this is the brick common gray. So I'm going to copy this, and I want to make sure that this is what I use for this part. But before we do that, we need to split face this. So under modify, we have split face, or you can type in SF. So SF, and then select the face. After you select the face, you will need to create a line in order for you to tell Revit that this is the limit that you want. So we want to split this face into two. So now once you click finish, and then after that, you need to click on paint and then search for the same materials that this one have. Select this one and then click here. So now everything looks the same, and it will be for all the border walls. So now after this, let's go and finish off the gate. So let's go to ground, and then here what we'll have is we have the gate right here. So I'm gonna SL, and I'm gonna split this part. This is where we have our walkway right here, and then here, this is where we have our gate. So I'm giving it some space, and then now we could delete this because we want to add a gate there. So if we go to 3D, it will look like this for now, and obviously we're gonna make this nice. But before we do that, let's add some stairs right here. So I'm gonna select this one, and then I'm gonna know which material that I use here. Control A and then Control C to copy that, and then click apply. Okay, and then now we're going to create a model in place. So I'm just gonna use a model in place so that it's easier for me to do the modeling of the stairs right here. So here I'm just going to use rectangular, and then here we could add one right here and then another one at the top. So that's 100, and then here we need to add the concrete, and then now we need to click on finish. After that, create extrusion again. Let's set the plane. So we're gonna pick the plane, and then on top of this, and then we're going to add another one. So now we have our stairs, and then it will be another 100, and then now we could click on finish, and then here you go. We could basically add an extrusion to 150 or 200 each, so that we could come up to the level there. So here I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit, I'm gonna select this, and then we're going to make this one 150, and then this one another 150, and then here we can extend this part. That's what I like about model in place. We could basically manipulate it easily. And then after that, another extrusion, but on top of this. So set, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select there, and then here another one, and then now click on finish, and then finish again, and then here we're at the same level as what we have before, so that looks much better. And then obviously we could move this one a little bit inside, so we could grab here and then just edit this one right here, and then it's easy to manipulate there. So at least we have something that looks like this, and it looks nice now. And then after that, let's try and add our gate now. So let's go to our south elevation, and then here we could pick the plane on this one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, model in place, and then this will be another generic model. Press OK, and then click on extrusion, but we need to pick a plane, and then we could choose this one, the wall, and then the border wall, and then here we need to change this to a metal material. So I'm gonna choose one of here, and then aluminum, or that one is already been added, so I'm gonna choose this one. And then after that, select rectangle, and then obviously we need to add rectangles right here. And then before we do that, we need to select here and then nudge it a little bit on the side. The reason for that is obviously we have some hinges there, so I don't want to give it too much of that without gap, so that's why I'm doing this, to make it look realistic enough. And then here we could offset this to probably 50, and then select spacebar in order for your offset to go inside. After that, click on finish, and then let's go back to ground floor to see how we want it to be pushed. So I'm gonna push it right here, and then push it at least the midpoint of this door right here, or the wall right here. So I'm just gonna put it like that, and then after this I want to see how it looks. So I want to change the look, so I'm probably gonna create a slanted or just a straight like straight horizontal grills. So I'm gonna create an extrusion again, pick a plane, and I'm gonna choose this one. And then here we need to create this thing right here. And then obviously it's too small, so I'm gonna give it something like that, so the gap will be good. After this, I'm gonna click on finish first, go back to ground floor, and then we could go to 3D in order for us to see, and then let's just push it like that, and then go it from the inside like that. Now it's looking like this, and then we go back to south, and then because we already created this, now we could use array, and then with this array we could put this one as 20, and then put this one at the last, and then here we could set the gap up to here, and then it will create the gap for us. And as you can see, it looks nice. We could press escape, or we could just, let's do it again. I'm gonna put 20 and then last. I'm gonna grab it, and then I'm gonna put this one right here, and then let's click on finish first and press OK. Now if we see, it looks like this, and it looks much better, a different look, the slanted gate. Now we just need to create two more of this similar on this side. So let's go back to south. Let's see if we could just copy this so that we will have a bigger gate. So I'm gonna create edit, and then let's see if we could just copy this. So CO, copy it from the corner right here, and then let's see if this one would be good enough to be placed onto this. And unfortunately the gap is not good enough, but we could always just extend this. So I'm gonna edit the extrusion, and let's just move this one a bit in the middle like that. Click finish, and then we're good. And then here, edit group, we just need to push this one all the way there, and then it will follow along, and then finish on that. Obviously we're gonna do it on the other side, and then here we could just click on that, and then edit extrusion, select here, and then move this one to the middle like that. Give it a bigger gap so that it looks better. Select this one, edit group, and then push this one all the way, and then everything will follow along. Click on finish, and then hopefully everything looks good. At the same time, as you can see, this one goes over, so it's not actually very straightforward. So we just need to adapt or edit. So let's go back right here, edit, and then ungroup this, and we just need to fix, and then now we need to fix the others. Edit this one, Let's fix this one right here. Let's see if everything will follow. So that one followed, and then everything followed. Now this one, we need to edit group, and let's see, because this one is connected to this, that's why unfortunately what we'll need to do is we need to ungroup all of this, because we need to ungroup them. Now we need to manually do this on each of them, but that's fine because you were able to do it quickly anyway. So this is just an extra work. So we're just basically doing this. Rather than doing this one at a time, at least we were able to add everything and align everything. And by using array, it helped us do this much better. And then by just copying everything as well, that's a big win already. So I'm gonna click on finish on that, and then after that we just need to do fix this one. So I'm gonna edit, and then here we need to ungroup all of this. So once we ungroup everything, now we could manually do everything like this. At the same time, I want to do one more thing. Maybe I just want an extra. So I'm gonna edit this and probably add an extrusion right here. This will be 50 as well, and then delete this one, and then SL. I'm gonna slice this and then trim, and then click finish. And then here what we need to do is we're going to move this one at a time onto the other side, and then probably we're going to add a panel right here on this side. So just to make it or to look much better, we're going to fix that afterwards. And then just be patient and do in each and every one of them, and then once we're done, we can appreciate what we've done, and then it's just a couple anyway. We're almost done. And then here after that, I'm just going to create an extrusion and then pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane, and then here I will put in a wood material just to change. So here click wood, and then one of this, apply, okay, and then click on finish. And then let's go to 3D and see how it looks. And then here we definitely just need to push it back. So we need to push this one back. I'm going to align this one at the back, AL, and then right here, and then align this one as well, and then there. So by just adding that, it looks much better. At the same time, I want to add the house number there. So I'm gonna go to south elevation and then go to architecture, and then here we have a model text, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this, press OK. So here I'm gonna select that model text, and for some reason this one is reversed. So let me just fix this. It's probably reversed because of the way this one was placed, but what we can do now is we could put this one. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of there, I'm gonna pick a plane on this, and then after that we could just move it later on. So here we could put in 25. We could edit this type, duplicate, and then here we could just put 200, and then after that the text we put 67, and then we could just put it right here, and then maybe we could just pick this one afterwards. And yes, just select this and pick new, and then as you can see it picked there, and we could just put it at the center. So I think it looks much better having that one there. It's probably good if we should add this one on the side as well, but it's up to you if you're gonna do that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the gate. The only thing that I did offline is I added this one onto our gate as well, for the car gate. And then I kind of push it outside so that it looks indented there. So that's what I did. And also when I see this, I don't like the look that our main door is on the side. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push this out. So first, we need to put this one to probably around 15 by 2000. So I'm gonna change this. The reason for that is so that I could push this all the way right here, so that I could attach a wall right here, and then it will have connected into our stairs. So AL on this so that we could align it, and then here we could just move this one all the way right here and delete this. So now it's looking like this, but don't worry, we're going to pull this back, and then what will happen is we're probably going to extend this a little bit. That's too much there. And then here we're going to move this door onto this side. So CS, and then add this one right here. This one, pick a new host, and then we're going to put this one right here, and this will be pushed back. And then detach. I think that's much better now. And here we could add in probably a double door. So what we could do is go to insert, load family, and then residential doors, and then we have probably this one right here. I'm gonna choose the 1500 by 2000, and then this is a system family, so DR, and then add it right there. And I'm happy with what it looks. We could basically just move this one a little bit in the middle, and we have more space. And then at the same time, what we could do here is we could close this off, and this will be a closet space. We could add a smaller one, like that, and then here we could just duplicate this and make this one probably 1000, so it fits right here, fits to the closet. And then after this we could just add our annotation. We're going to just add something like that, and then a broken line right here. And at least this is fixed and it looks much better. And if we see it in 3D, that is really much better in terms of look. So even though it's like that, I think there's more space. And then this one we could even pull more so that we have enough room here. And then our entrance is just about right. I think that's good enough. So I'm happy with the changes that we did, and we have added a closet, and then there's more room, and I feel like it's much better. So now what we can do is we can create our site. So we need to go ground floor, and then we already have the grass site, so CS on this, and then we could add it on the other side. So on this side we need to add also on this side, so the more the better. And then we could just trim and extend once we have it connected. And then here we could just delete this and delete this, and then now we can just trim and extend on all of this, and we can extend this a little bit more. And obviously we're going to add on the other side as well, and we need to give some space for this part. And then now let's click finish, don't attach, and then I just want to double check what it looks now. And then obviously we need to add our sidewalk and then our grounds right here. So the road, we need another floor. Edit type, duplicate 7 now. And then here we need a concrete floor. Let's pull this one up. Click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. And then we just need to add it from here to there first. And then after that, we need to add our sidewalks. So let's go and select that floor again. And then for this one, we need to offset this to at least, I'm thinking of 100. And then here we just need to put this thickness to 100 as well. And then we just need to add it first and then edit later. 2000 is good enough. I think that's a good enough. So this one is up there, and then obviously we need to do something right here. So I'm going to edit, and then we're going to change this to up to right here. And then we have another one right here. And then right here. And then SL, split this part. Or we could just remove it because we split it to the correct part right there. And then use fillet art in order for us to do this. So 900, this one, put it to 900. And then let's be consistent. And then 900 as well. Click on finish. And let's look at it. That looks much better. Now I'm thinking of adding something onto the outside, but we need to push this a little bit more. I want to push this onto right here, up to the edge. This one as well, up to the edge. And this one. And definitely this one as well. Just to make it look much better. And then we're going to add something right here. I want to add something right here as well, some opening, and then right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on south elevation first, edit profile, and then we could create an opening on right here. And then let's click on finish, and then right here as well, let's add an opening. and then let's push this a little bit and then click finish. And then now let's see how it looks. So that is what it looks. And then we just need to create something like this so that it looks much better. So let's do a model in place right here. And then this one is aluminum, so I'm gonna use this as well. And then we're gonna create an extrusion, pick a plane, put this one right here, and then offset 50 so that we're consistent. Spacebar to go inside. Click finish. Do the same thing right here. Pick a plane. And then offset this one. Click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So I'm going to align this. And then align it right there. Align it, and then align it there. And it's I kinda like this part that it's inclined there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my ground floor, and we're going to add something there, right there, but it's not visible. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to wireframe, and even in wireframe it's not showing. So I'm gonna show you how to do it. You need to go to view, click here, and then plan region, and then you basically wants to see something right here, and then change the view range. So that's how you do it. I want the ground floor. I want it at 100. I want it at probably 6,000. Click apply. You can put unlimited right here. Top is level or unlimited. And then the cut plane is around 5,000. And then at least this one is being shown, so unlimited. So at least this one was shown. And then you can change it to wireframe. So you're basically just creating a view range for this plan region. So it's very useful. You can use that definitely. So here I'm going to select that, edit in place. I'm going to select here, and then I'm just going to add something like this. Just change it to 50. And then same material, click finish, and then array this, and then make it last, and this is probably 15. And it will space it out properly like that. Click finish. And then let's do it on the same time on this side. Edit, create an extrusion, but we should double check the height first, because It's probably right here. So I'm gonna go to south and make it wireframe. So I'm gonna edit. I'm gonna pull it first. So you want to make sure to do this first before you do anything else. Click finish and it will follow along. Now you could just put this back to hidden. Then now here we could do the extrusion. Let's set this one and let's try and pick it. Pick this one right here and then create the same thing. And then here 50. Click finish. Do array. This one is probably 20. This is a lot bigger. And then a wider. So you can just do this first. Let's go to south elevation first and extrude this to the proper size. You can use a line. And then go back to ground floor. Select that and then use array now. Then put 20 and then put it at the last. Click finish and then press OK. And then now once we see this, it will look like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish modeling the gate. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to model some of the objects that I want to model right here. And what I want to do now is delete this floor. So basically these floors are the balconies and we have also balconies right here. So instead of floor, I'm gonna create it from using model in place instead so that I could manipulate it fast. So here I'm gonna delete this, and what I want to do first is to change this. So I'm gonna delete some of this. So I'm gonna delete the curtain grids first, and then what I want to do is to make it smaller. So I need to go to level 2, and then here I just need to make it smaller so that I could add in some designs on this side. So here I have enough thing to work on, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it flush on this side. So I know that I don't like doing this, but in terms of the design, I want to do this. So now I'm just editing the design like that. Next thing is I want to separate these two walls right here and then change this one to the budding walls. So what I'm gonna do is come here and then go to modify and then select this wall joints and then change this wall joint to squared and then click on next, and I just want to do that. After that, SL, and then we're going to just split this one. I'm thinking of splitting it somewhere right here so that I could, or maybe we don't need to split it anymore. I just need to push it up a little bit so that there's a change in elevation from here. So I'm happy. I think I'm good enough with this height. Just a big change in elevation only on this side. And then after that, we could put back the grids. So right now we only have, we can make it as 3 and then 500 again. And then after that, click on mullions and all mullion, delete the one below, and then after you delete that, you do, and let's add in or change the door panel, and then let's go back right here and then just flip it on the other side. And then now we're good with this. We need to go to our section or our south elevation instead so that we can see it much better. Now that we have a change in elevation, at least in our view, it's not always flat. So just adding a little bit of that gives it more of a open space kind of look, and it will make our building a lot bigger. So now what I'm planning to do is, so I'm just estimating how much top offset, so probably 900. I'm gonna increase it to 900 only on this panel. That's why we changed the joint on those so that we could extend all of this and we don't have anything left there. So after this, let's go to model in place, and then here we need to go to generic model, and then this one we will do it as a extrusion and then pick a plane, and obviously we're gonna change, or we're gonna put it in this plane. And then after this, we're going to do our design. I'm thinking of this one will be same, a metal. So I'm gonna do it as metal first. So I'm gonna choose a metal finish that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna choose aluminum 5005. So right there. After this, we could click right here, do our design. So around 200, and then I want it to be all the way down to our floor. So I want it to be all the way down right here, and then 200 as well. And then now we need to trim and extend those so that it connects, and then delete those two that we don't need. We're gonna click on finish. Let's see it in 3D, and then obviously we're gonna push it, or we're gonna extrude it more, and then we're gonna do some design on that so that we could have a more realistic look. So here I'm gonna create a void sweep, and then we're going to select pick path. We're gonna select this path right here, and then after that click on finish, and then go back right here and then edit profile, and then after that we going to just add a small notch right here, and then click on finish, and then finish again. You can click on cut geometry to show the look, and that simple one will give us more of a beautiful vibe. And then after this, click on finish. And then we're gonna do that all over right here, but at the same time I'm going to extrude it again, so edit in place, but here I want to go to ground floor. I want to start from here, create, and then extrusion, and then here we need some guidance because we have something like this, and then I want to create a model. So this one I need to know before we do the extrusion how far it is. So that's why I need some measurements. So from this distance to right here, it's 1820 minus 2000, 200. So 1820, so we could do, so I'm going to estimate it first and then see. So I'm gonna use this one first, 1820. So that's about it. And then after that, minus 200, which is right here. So 1620 basically. And then at least we have this one now. We're at ground floor because we're gonna create it from here. And then similar to what we did on our entertainment system, we're going to have that pattern. And this one, this needs to be a wood material. So I'm gonna choose this. So this one is used already, so I'm gonna use this one for sure. We haven't used yet. And then obviously we're gonna pull it up, so we don't need that one. So I'm gonna delete this first, push this. I'm just gonna make this one right here and then delete this. And then after that, let's copy this, and I want my spacing to be nice. I'm gonna copy that, CO, make sure multiple is checked, and then copy it like that. And then once you're done, I'm going to just move it a little bit on the left, and then after that, SL, split it in one side so that it's easier for us to just trim and extend. So only on one side, and then after that we trim, so TR, trim and extend. And then we have something that looks like this. And then now we click on finish, go to 3D, and we need to align it. So AL, align it all the way to this. So click on tab so that you'll be able to highlight that, and then there we go. So after this, let's add in our design. So we're going to add in a floor here. So before we do that, we need to create another floor going around here as well. So what I'm planning to do is create something right here. So we need to go to ground floor again, and then all of this one will need its own, and then also right here. So we need to create extrusion again. So we're gonna base it from the ground floor, and we're gonna do it twice. And then here we need gypsum wallboard first. Click OK. And then here we need to do this first to make it fast, and then do this as well. AL, so align it all the way right here, and then we want to make sure everything is aligned, and then we need to add something like here. We could delete this now and then extend this one a little bit. And then now we could just trim and extend here, and then pull this one back a bit. And then now click on finish, go to south elevation so that we could see it, and then we could gauge how are we gonna pull this up. So here we have one, and then we're gonna add another one. So might as well just copy this. This one it needs to be 200. So what I want to do is make this 200. So we have this one right here plus 200. And then this should be 9. So now that's perfectly 200. And then copy this again. I'm going to click it right here and then constrain it. And then let's see how it looks. Now it's looking like this. And then obviously we need to flatten this one later on. So we might need to do some changes, or we could just add the design here. So this one is looking good. I'm going to go to our south elevation, and then now we're going to create extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this wall, and then same gypsum wallboard. I want it to 200, align it all the way to the top, all the way right here, and then make it 200, and then click finish, go to 3D, AL, align it there. So now everything looks good. And then what we could do is we could add something like this as well. So we might pull this out, or we could just add it from here, from this side. And then I want to circle around here. So here we're going to change this and then do it like that. And then next thing we're gonna do now, so before that, let's finish this first, and then let's see what's causing this. Can regenerate family model, edit family to modify. So cancel this. So for some reason it's not working, because probably this one we just did that. So I'm gonna click on finish first, and then now it's not making me delete it. So I'm not gonna use this first. I'm just gonna redo this because I already finished this one. And then if we're gonna do everything else, so it's easier for us to just do this. So now let's just create another model in place, because I don't want to ruin what we have here, and it's not letting us save it. So make sure to create another model in place in case we have an error like that. And then here just use gypsum wallboard, do the same thing that we did, AL, and then make this, delete this, trim this one, trim this, trim this. So it's basically easy and fast to do. And then we just need to move it up again, and then copy this, make this one 9, and then let's do it again. I don't want to just copy it in case it gives us error again, and I'm basically just going to create this AL, click right here, and then delete one of this, trim this first, TR, and then click right here, and then click finish, go to south, pull it up, and make it 200 again. That's perfect. As you can see, 3200 and then 3400, so that's 200. And then the only thing that we need to do is align it together. So AL, and then after that go back to south, and then just add this one. So pick a plane, and then create something like this, and then 200. Click finish, AL again to align, and then let's see. So something is bothering this one. Can generate family generic models, edit family to modify it. Let's see how. I'm gonna cancel this, and then for some reason it's not making me create this family. Edit family, gypsum wall, visible, solid, click this. So this one is done. I'm gonna create another one so that I don't want to ruin what we've done. So model in place. So maybe the one piece right here is giving us some error. So what can we do? And we could just do it again so that there's no issue anymore. There we go. AL, click it right there. So still it's not letting us edit family to modify it. So delete type. So we're gonna stop here for now, and I'm gonna figure out what's going on. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So I was able to figure out what's the issue. That's why it's not letting us finish what we're doing here. So what I did is I go to level 2, and then basically I changed the wall joints. So it was the other way around before. So previous is like this. Now I just click next and make sure that this is the way it is joined. So after that, what I did is now this is, I'll be able to just select this and then go to architecture again, model in place, and click on generic model. And then after that, I use extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall. So once this is selected, I'm gonna use still gypsum wallboard so that everything is similar. And then here I just need to make this 200. After that, click on finish, and I'm gonna click finish again so that to double check that everything is good. And there you go, this one is fixed. So basically it's just giving us error because we were attaching it to this wall right here. So now all good. So I'm gonna push it like that, and we could create similar this one. So I think this is aluminum, I believe this is aluminum 5005. So I'm gonna create something that's similar to this, and then we're gonna do a model in place again. I don't want to use this one as my model in place because just in case that it doesn't let us do or let us finish, and then we're gonna lose all the modeling that we have done. So here I'm just gonna click OK, and then after this we're gonna do a sweep, and then we're gonna pick path, and then pick 3D edge. After that, select right here, and all throughout we're going to connect them. And then after that, you want to trim and extend so that everything is connecting, and then everything is just one single. After that, click on finish and go here, edit profile, and we want to make sure that this is aluminum 5005. So that's correct. And we want to zoom it right here, and then create a box first. So that's same height like that. And we want to make sure that this is around 100. And then now we're just going to create a small indented part similar to what we have right here. And then delete this, SL, and then TR, trim and extend. And then after that, click on finish, and then finish again. And there you go. We have our connections right there. And then click on finish to make sure that everything is good. So now what I want to do is I want everything on this side. Before that, actually, I'm gonna add in the glass. So let's go to level 2, and then here we could add in the glass. So I'm gonna add a wall and then a curtain wall. So I'm going to add it right about here. So I'm good with that. And then right here, and then maybe just connecting right here. And then I'm happy with this. We could flip this if we want to so that everything is connect. It's up to you. We could just force it to connect. And then just moved it. Can create sweep, so we shouldn't touch that. So I'm just pushing this one right now. So let's go to our 3D first, and we want to make sure that this is unconnected. So around minus 2000 or 2100, so that it's 900 unconnected. And then basically we're gonna do that minus 2100, and then minus 2100 right here as well. And then we just need to clean this up. Can create sweep, so I'm just gonna leave it probably like this. And there we go. This one we could flip it so that it looks nicer there. And we have something that looks like this. And basically I'm happy with what it looks. I think we could add in some grass right here, some ivy, and then after this, what I want to do is I want this as wood. So I want this as wood. So we need to go to our modify, and then we need to go, or this maybe I'm going to put this as wood. So all of this, and then maybe this one is stone. So we could use paint now. For now, I'm gonna use probably brick common because I know we haven't used this. So hopefully, so this gray, I'm gonna use this first. Oh, sorry, the gray one is the one that we use here. So my mistake. So now we need to use something that we haven't used yet. So maybe this. So right now we're just gonna use this. So to give it some change, and also I don't know if we use anything like this yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use damp proofing for this part. So now just click right here. I want to click right here as well. For the inside, what I want to do is we need to change that. That's because I want to give it a different material. Because this part, I want it to be wood. So we need to slice that or split element. So we need to split face this. So select this one. And then after that, we use this and then select that. Click finish. After that, another one because we have something right here. And then we need to split it again. So now click on finish. Once we click on paint, we need to use that and that. So now everything looks much better. And then one thing right here, I'm gonna use this for the back right here. And then also right here so that it's a different material as well. And then what I want to do now is you cannot just basically paint anything that is extruded from model in place. You need to go inside of that in order to do it. So I'm going to use this one, IFIS. So that will be my material for this one. So here, what I'm trying to do now is I know this is a wall. This is not extruded part. So I need to select that. And as you can see, that will be the one that I'm going to use here and also below right here. In order for us to have more space or it's more visible, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use section box, and then because of that we could pull it up and then we'll be able to see everything much better, as you can see like that. So now I'm gonna select this, edit in place, and then I'm gonna use paint and then put it there. So this one is also paint there. So now click on finish, and this one is one part, edit there, and then paint again. So you cannot basically do a paint right away. Click on finish, and then after that, also on this part, so we need to click on paint. Sorry, you need to edit this first and then click on paint. So now that looks good. We can then click finish because we've done that correctly. But now I'll just leave this one as gypsum wall, and then this one we need to use that one. So uncheck the section box so that everything is back to its original, and then we're just going to do it like this. I'm probably going to change this to gray as well, or just leave it like this now. And then that looks good. Let's just do this thing right here on this side, and let's call it a day after that. So this will be our north elevation, and then we're going to do the same thing like we did right here, but we're just going to use, so we're gonna make it fast. So here, go model in place, generic model, and then extrusion. We're gonna choose this wall right here, and then gypsum wallboard is already chosen, and then we're going to just create something like here. So make it 200. I'm gonna push this one all the way right here, and then here 200, and then we're going to do this as well on this side. And then make it 200. And then after that, we just need to pick a line here, and then we need to trim and extend right here. And then delete this one, and then make this one 200 as well. Click on finish, go to 3D, and then just do it like that. And then let's do the other side. We're gonna use this. So create extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna choose this, and then do the same thing, 200, and then 200 right here, and then maybe just add 200 right here. This one we could just use a line, so AL, and then here it's 200 already, and then this one we could just double check, and then trim and extend, delete this, and delete that, and then trim and extend here. zoom it here, 200. Click finish. This one, continue, trim and extend again. So this one is just, and then go to 3D and then expand this. I think that's good enough. And obviously what we need to do is just add a little bit right here, because we need to add some railing, and I want it to connect to the wall to make it nice. So now go back to level 2. So click on finish here first, go to level 2, and here we could expand this if you want to. You can make it longer if you want to as well, but we just need to add curtain wall, flip it on the other side, and then here as well. There we go. And then select negative 2100. We could copy that so that we don't need to keep on pressing. And don't forget to click apply, and then there we go. And then the rest of the detail, it's up to you to do. So right now I'm happy with what we have accomplished here. Then the next thing we're gonna do on the next video is add in some of the light fixture, exterior light fixture. I'm gonna add in some scones right here, and then some pot light as well. So I'm gonna attach some pot lights right there at the top, and I'm gonna show you where to download it. So we're gonna add those. I want to add some lights on top of right here as well, and we're gonna do it manually. And then we're going to add in some designs right here. So I'm gonna add in a planter box right here and also in front, so it looks much better. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the design. We're going to work on this now. I'm going to add in planters and then some lights. And then I believe after that, we're done. So what I want you to do is go to, I think, level 1. I believe level 1 will be able to see everything. So that's good enough. After that, let's go to model in place. And then let's go to generic model. And then we're going to create our own. So I'm going to put one right here, and then so maybe one here, another one right here, and then right here. So it's going to be simple. It's just squared. I just want to make it look like that. I'm going to use a metal material. So I'm going to use 7075. Apply OK. And then here it's going to be simple. I want to set it on top of it. So select set, pick a plane, and I want it on top of this. So it's not letting me choose the plane. So that means we're not in the correct plane. So maybe level 2. So in level 2, it's not visible. But here, we're not able to select it. So give me a second and let me try and select this. So even right here, it's not selectable. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set this one to level 1, and then we're gonna extrude that from here. So I'm gonna offset this 50, so probably 30, and then we're going to create something that looks like this, and then click it right there. And then after that, we're gonna click on. So I think it's better if we could just add it on all of them now. So right here as well, I believe we have a space right here, a space right here, and then a space right about here. So that looks fine. I think that's good enough on those locations. Let's click on finish, go to south, and then just extend it, and then extend this one as well. So that's the base. We need to attach it there. So AL, and just pull it down a little bit more. And then we're gonna put in a glass after that. So let's go back here, but unfortunately it's not visible anymore. That's what we don't want to see. Obviously we should just go right here and pull it down first, just to be able to see because of the view range. So here, so now it's still visible. I'm gonna create another extrusion, and then we're going to set this one. Maybe pick a plane. Maybe we could just use this. So it's still not setting us. So I'm gonna use this one, and then use or type in glass. And then I'm just gonna use one of the glass right here. Apply OK. And then here we're going to offset this to probably 20. And then after that, offset this to 10. And then I'm gonna copy this on all of them. And then after that, click finish, go to south, pull it up immediately. There we go. So after that, and then we just missed this one. So I'm gonna go back to ground and then add this one as well. Copy and add it on this, and double check. Click finish, and then here we just need to pull this one back now at the top. AL on that, and then here we could just grab, and then this one should be pulled up as well. And then after that, let's just grab this one, copy, and then uncheck constraint, and then just copy at the top right here. And then I think we're good. Click on finish, save your project. So at least we have something that looks like this. And then obviously we just need to put in a light and then it will glow. It's just a simple one, but at least we were able to create that. So the next thing is, what I want you to do is go to part 1 description of the first video of this series. So there's a description, there's a link there in the description. You just need to download, and then after that, once you download that, so I'm gonna show you what you need to download. I'm gonna use Spotlight Square. So you just need to download this, and then once you download, show it right there, and then you just need to drag and drop. So I'm gonna do this, and then I just need to drag and drop on the face because it's face based. So once you drag it there, it will attach to any face. It's not like a ceiling base that you need a ceiling in order for it to be attached, or sometimes you put it on a wall base and there you can only attach it to wall. So this one, at least it's versatile, you can add it on anywhere. So now what we need to do is, in order for us to see it better, let's see if it's showing now right here. It looks like it's showing, but on this side it's not. So I'm gonna copy this CS and add it right here. You can do, what you can do is you can do a section box as well, but once it's added, you just need to add it properly. So for me, I'm probably just going to actually delete this now, and then copy this and then just add it right here, and then I'm gonna put one in the middle, so around 1000 probably, and then another one 1000 again, and then we could just center this out a little bit, and I think I'm happy with that. And then copy this because it's in the same face, so we don't need to do anything, and then 1000 again, and then another 1000 to make it consistent. And then grab that, move it in the middle. So that's done. Let's go to our level 2 and see how it looks. It's basically the same thing, same look, so we could just delete this, and then after that, copy around, make it 1300 here, and after that, copy both, CO 1000 and then another 1000, and then grab it and then move it right there, and then we could just copy this all and move it right here, so that we don't need to do everything again, and it's placed right there. So now everything is being lit, so I'm happy with what we have there. And then obviously we need to do the planter, so I'm gonna add a planter box right here first. So let's go to ground, and we need to pull it up because I don't like the look without the planter box. So what I need to do is go to architecture again, model in place, and then here generic model, press OK, and then this one we need an extrusion first, but we need to set the material. I'm gonna use something that we haven't used yet, but I'm gonna select this one. So maybe bluestone we haven't used, so I'm gonna use that. So once we have the bluestone, we could create our pattern, just a very simple one, and then after that offset this to probably 50 and then going inside. And then now click finish, go to 3D in order for us to pull it up a little bit. So similar to that, I think that's good enough. And then of course we're gonna pull this up afterwards. And then here what I'm gonna do is we need to go back to ground, and then we need to add another extrusion but this time this will be the grass. So we need to go to from bluestone to grass as well. So I'm gonna copy this, and then so grass is already right here, so it's easy to just type. So I'm gonna select that and then select right here and use rectangle, and then go from point A to point B, and then click on finish. After that, click on finish again, because we'll be able to pull this one up. So I'm gonna edit this first, and then I just want to pull this one up just right there. I'm happy with that. And then this one we could pull it up. So now it looks like that, and at least we'll be able to hide something right here once we have that there. And then we're gonna go to ground again, and then we're gonna add the planters right here as well. So go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model. After that, extrusion, and then let's change this to bluestone again, and then we need to create our planter right here and then right here. And then we want to make sure that everything is aligned. So I'm gonna AL align it right here, and then give it some space right here, and then give it some space right here. I think that's good enough. So, and then we need 50 offset, and we want it to go from the inside. Click finish, go to 3D to pull it up to our desired height, and then I think that's good enough. And then add the grass afterwards. Go back to right here, create extrusion, and then we could type in grass here, and then after that add the grass part right here. Click finish, go to 3D first, pull it up just a little bit. We don't want it to be flush. I think that's good enough. And then click on finish. So now we have something like that. We have our lights added, and obviously you should add lights right here as well, but that's up to you. After you can do it, I can do it on offline, and you can do it as well. So it's up to you if you want to do that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish our model. Now what I want to do is to show you how to create a sheet and then to add all these views, and then we're going to first create a starting view. So the way I do the starting view is I create, so let's go to ground floor first, and I create a view on that ground floor. So in this, I'm going to go down here, drop down, and then camera, and then now we could take a picture up to here, and then this is the view range of that. And as you can see, you can hold on shift and then use the middle button on your mouse so that you could rotate it. And then here I'm just cropping this to the view that I want. And then what I do next is sometimes I put on shadows, and then after that I put on graphic display, and then I put a background. So I put gradient, click apply, and then what you could do next is, it's up to you, but you can add in some shaded and sometimes realistic if you want to. But for me, I'm just gonna make it hidden. It looks much better like this. And then what you can also do is you could do this like the sketchy line. So enable sketchy line, and then there's a jitters and extensions. So of course extensions, you can go over it. It's like you're drawing this out. So I'm just gonna put it in 2, and then as you can see, it looks nice. So it looks like sketch view. And then obviously you could have lighting there, and then photographic exposure if you want, but I'm just gonna leave it like this, and for me that looks good enough. And then after this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to my I think this is manage, and then here under manage, manage project, and then I'm gonna click on starting view. And this one, I'm going to go drop down, and then this is my 3D view number 2. So I'm going to use that, and then press OK. So now let's go and create our sheets. So here I want to render this as well. So if we render this, we're able to add this to our sheets. So what I can do, so now we could go to our view, and then under view we have render. For now, I'm just going to render this as draft so that it's fast enough. It's up to you. We have different settings right here. We have medium, high, best, and it differs. The best one will take longer, absolutely. So now I'm just gonna click on render right here, and then give it some time, and then we're gonna go back after that. And then once you finish rendering, you'll be able to export it or save to project. So once we click save to project, what will happen is we're gonna create another one right here. It will be called renderings. But before that, you can adjust the exposure. So here you can make it darker if you want to, or brighter. And then here the highlights, we can make it brighter, shadows, and then gray, saturation, and cooler, warmer. So depending, and then after that, click apply. And then it will re-render itself, and then press OK. And then now we could just save to project. And then you can name it. You want rendering 1, and it's up to you now. So press OK, and then close this. Now, if you check here, we have the renderings. So rendering 1 is this one. So now I'm gonna clean up, so close inactive views, and I'm gonna focus on creating the sheets. So here I'm gonna select the sheet, right click on this, and then click on new sheet. And as you can see, what we have is A0 metric and then none. If you need a different kinds of template, we have different kinds right here. So you need to go load, and then here you need to go back to the main, and then once you're here, scroll down, and we have title blocks right here. And as you can see, we have A0 up to A4 metric. So those are different kinds of sizes of paper, and then you choose whatever you need, and then you can click on open if you want to load. But right now, what I have here is A0, and that's perfect size for me. So I'm just gonna use A0 and then press OK. So it start off at A101. You can change this to A1 only, A1.01. Whatever you do, Revit will recognize that, and it will create the second one. It will recognize the sequencing. So here we have A001. So now right click again, new sheet, and it will ask again for the title block, and just choose the A0, and then it will create 2. Let's open this up so that you guys can see. And 3, we're gonna create up to probably 6, and then let's create each and every one of that. So right now I created 6 sheets, and obviously if you have a bigger project, you will add more into this. You can even create your site and whatnot. So yeah, let's make up to A10, and then let's create those. So first, you could change the naming here if you just double click, and then you could change right here. You could put this one as cover sheet, all caps, and then press OK. So now that's good. And if you go to A102, you can change it also right here, and then also here. So this one will be we're gonna put site plan. Next, you could go right here as well. This one should be after site plan. So here we did site plan, and then we have our first floor, and then here you could put the owner, so ACD, so Archcore Design, and then project is whatever house you want to name it, this one, so house, and then we have first floor, and then here we could put second floor. Then I want to add, we could add section right here, and then elevations. So that's good. We have everything that we need to start. So in the cover sheet, let's go there. We could just drag and drop this one. So drag and drop, select it right there, select it again, and then here we could change with no title for the viewport, and then double click on this. You'll be able to stretch it, and as you can see, because it's a rendering, we have the option of making it big. But if you have a 3D view, unfortunately you cannot do that. So here, for example, a 3D view, it's limited to the view. So you can expand this, but unfortunately you cannot make it bigger. So that's the advantage of having it rendered. So I'll just undo that. I just need to show you guys. So double click outside again. And then now I'm gonna create the sheet list. So to do that, you need to go to schedules, select that, and then right click. And then here, new sheet list. And then after that, we scroll down and then we put in obviously the sheet number first. And then after that, the sheet name. And then press OK to finish. Now it will create all of this information. You can change this to drawing list. And then I don't like the gap here, so we could edit this. So edit, and then here you'll be able to filter, sorter, format, and then appearance. We need to go to the appearance. I don't want a blank row before the data, so we're gonna remove this. After that, the title text is this one. So we can make this one bigger, so around 6. And then we have the header text, which is this one. We can make this one bigger as well, so around 5. And then we have all of this, the body text, so we could just put it at standard 2.5 millimeters Arial. And then after that, you press OK. Now it created this. So now if you go and open up this, go to your cover sheet, and then you need to drag and drop. So you can drag and drop right here, and obviously you can select that, and then you can maximize this. So now it looks much better. So any changes that you do, if you delete one of this, it will automatically change right here. So for example, I'm gonna create a new sheet. Once I create a new sheet, this will be created as well. If I delete this, this will be deleted as well. So it's very instant. So that's very handy because you don't need to come back here and change it and whatnot. So for example, if you don't want a sheet to be shown right here, but you still want the drawing, because that happens. So what you need to do is you need to go to the sheet, and then you need to go right here and then appear in sheet list. You need to uncheck that and then click apply. And then after that, it will be not here, but at least you know that it's still here. So sometimes there's some reason that you don't need to show the drawing on this sheet. You don't need to delete this. You can just go to the sheet and then just uncheck this. So now I'm just gonna put it back because we need it, and then click apply, and then everything is good right here. So now I'm gonna go back to site plan, and then obviously we have a site right here. I'm gonna drag and drop here and see how it looks. So it looks okay. So usually it looks like this. It covers everything like a site plan. So what I want to do is just limit the size of this. So I'm gonna do a crop view. So I need to check all of this, and then after that you'll be able to crop it just a little. And then I don't want my elevation tag, so you need to type in VG and then go to elevation, so E, or it will be under annotation, so E and then elevation. So apply, OK, and then your elevation tag is not there anymore. And obviously we don't need the grid because it's a site plan. We don't need that yet. So go to annotation and then type in G, that is the grid. So okay, so now this is looking like the site. You can definitely add in more information in the site. So you could go and add in text. So here you could put in the street name, so probably this is January Drive, and then we put 67 January Drive. And then obviously you want to make it bigger, so you put this one. So you can have those information, you can put text, you can put everything that you need to on this underside. And once we're here, what the fucker? So actually I lost the video. So here I'm just explaining that before it's just a site. If you want to change this name but you don't want to change it right here, you need to select this and then you go right here, type in whatever name that you want and then click apply. And then on the first floor, what I just did is I go to level 1 first. I change the scale because I want it to be bigger. So I change the scale and then I crop it. So you need to go to extend, crop everything. So I crop whatever view that this one was. I crop it right there and then uncheck the crop so that I have it there. And then you just need to drag and drop to the first floor. So once you have, it will look like this. And then again, I don't want to change the level 1 name here. So just select this one and then look for title on sheet. Put the name there and then click apply and you have something that looks like this. There is a sequence when you're changing or you're moving this. So I'm going to press escape first. If you want to move this, select this first and then move. So you can move this now. But for some reason, if you want to extend the line, what you need to do first is select the view and then this will be grabbable. So there's our sequence that you need to know in order for you to have this. So now I'm going to press escape. What I'm going to do is, what I did right here is the same thing that I did in my second floor. So basically, I just create this and then put the second floor under the sheet, title on sheet, and then click apply, and then I drag and drop here. In terms of section, so what I did first is I went to level 1. I create section. So the section, it will be right here. And then I just create a section, 2 section. And then once you create this, you will have something right here. It will create a section and then you'll be able to select section 1. The way that I did this is I basically change the scale first. And then I click on shadow so that it looks much better. And then I went here again to graphic display and then change the background to gradient to look nice. And then after that, what I did is I went here under crop. So I checked 3 of this and then I basically crop it to the view that I like. And then after you finish, just uncheck the one in the middle and then click apply so that there's nothing showing here and you don't get confused. So I did that on section 1 and section 2. So as you can see, you just turn this on for the shadow and then basically just go into the section sheet and then just drag and drop. Similar to that, you can move this if you want. So click on view and then move this section so that you fix it. And then in terms of elevation, I did that as well. So here I change. So you need to go to the elevation right here. You go 1 by 1, change the scale to 1:50, and then the only thing that I didn't do is turn on the shadow because I want the change to change the view on the section and the elevation. And then after that, I go to display setting and then the background as well. So just do that as well for all of them, and then just simply drag and drop to each of the sheets that you have. and then you can crop it as well, like what I showed you. Here is the west elevation. I'm gonna crop it again somewhere right here, and then we could push this one a little bit more, and then just if you forgot to uncheck this, that's fine. It's not gonna be visible in the printout if you print this, but it's just something that for you, so that it's not bothering you. But it depends on you if that bothers you though. So after this, once you're ready, save it first, and then after that, click on print. So once we're here, you determine the sheet. So determine the sheet, or determine the printout first. So I'm just gonna print it right here. Microsoft Print off to PDF. Determine the sheet. So I'm just gonna put it in letters, or if this is 24 by 36, you put it in ANSI or whatever the sheet size that you want. And then right here, you want it to be combined unless you want it separately. So for me, I want to click on select. So I want the selection of the sheets. So select here. But usually when you select here, this will always come back here. So you want to make sure that you click this again so that it's combined now, and then click on select. Uncheck views, and you want everything to be just viewed right here. I want to check all because I want to print all, and then usually I save a preset of this. So save as, I'm gonna call it full set. And then once you do, every time you want to print the full set, you just need to go here, and then everything will be set for you already. After that, save again, and then press OK. And then OK again, and this will print out. And then once we do, let's just put in house, and then here we could basically open this, and let's see how it looks. So now it will look like this. So we have all our PDF printed out. So now just save, and we're basically ready for it to be sent in Twinmotion. Let's just go to 3D, and then let's clean this up, close anything, and then save. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize everything. Now we can continue working on this, and we could send it to Twinmotion. So what we need to do first is go to our 3D view, and once we're here, make sure you're in fine in your detail levels, and then after that, click on save, and then now go to Twinmotion. And then once we're here, if you have your Twinmotion plugin, you just need to click on see Twinmotion. In the settings, I'm going to use 2022.2 version of Twinmotion. I know there is the 2023, but for now I'm just gonna use 2022 because I'm still not used to the new template or the new interface of that. So now click on see in Twinmotion. So once it's synchronized, make sure to click on a new project, and then let it synchronize again. And as you can see, we have our model inside right here. So what I need to do next is to click on the ground. The reason for that is because we have a pool, which is we don't need to show anyway, but I rather just pull it down a little bit so that we have some room to place our pool stuff. After this, what I want to do next is to sign in. So we need to go to our burger menu and then click on sign in Epic Games. Once you do, you will see that one. And then let's save this to our folder. And then you just need to put the name and then save it. So I'm going to call it REJJHouse. REJJHouse. So now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our settings, make sure, click on camera and make sure parallelism is turned on. After this, go to visual effects and color gradient. And here I want to add this blue tint right here. I like that effect and I like the way it looks when I have my image. Also, let's go back here and go to settings again. Let's click on rendering first and let's put this one to low so that it's still fast enough when we're loading. And then let's go to lighting, and then right here under lighting there's dynamic environment and click on backdrop HDRI. After that, it will load the default backdrop, but what I want to do is go right here and select a newer one. So we could click on more and then click on outdoor, and we have a couple of stuff that we have right here, and we will be able to add it. So here, tier garden, I'm gonna download this, and then once this downloads, we'll be able to drag it and then place it right here, and our backdrop will be different. So once it's done, just drag and drop, and you can basically review what it looks. We're probably going to extend the sizing right here. And then there we go. I'm going to remove the rendering or the path tracer on because I want to offset this. So I'm gonna lower it down a little bit, and then after that I'm going to increase the sizing. I want to make sure that it looks good enough, and then the trees are not too huge. So here we could just create it like that. Size offset, we could make it lower, and then in terms of size, let's just put it around this size, and I believe that's good enough. I think that's good enough as well. So projection offset, I'm gonna lower it a little bit more. I think that's good. And then what we could do is I'm gonna rotate it on this side. So now this is done. You can try and intensify, but we're gonna come back right here because we're going to set this, and then we're going to see how it affect our lighting. So later on we're gonna deal with the intensity, but for now let's add in all the materials. So let's go back right here, go to materials, and then what I want to do is zoom here and click on the two-sided and drag and drop right here. After this, turn the opacity up, so around 60, and then I want it to be a little bit dark. And then this would be good to check how dark you want it to be in the view. So right now, for me, that's too dark. So I'm just going to put it at 50. I want the reflectiveness um, will show all the background right here as well. So that's why I'm trying to make it um, not too dark. So that's good. A little bit more for it to be shown. And I think that's good enough. We could deal with that later on if we think that this is still too dark. I think that's good. 40, around 40 and around right here in the middle. So now that's done. So what we can do now is decide what materials are we gonna put right here. So let's work on this one first. So this one is the glass for this. I want a neon so that it looks like there is some light. Also right here, this will be neon. And then what we could do after that is the material for this. This should be metal. So here I'm just gonna turn on metalness. And then for this one as well, we need to turn on metalness. And you can see right away the difference. And then like that. And at the same time, this is, I believe, should be neon as well. So that's good. So we have some of that details right there and right there as well. So if we check it, that looks really good in the image. So light coming all the way there. After this, let's add in the materials right here. I don't know if this material is good enough. A gray brick. I want probably a wood material right here as well. So let's go to wood. And I'm gonna use one of the wood materials like this one onto this. And then I'm gonna change the orientation to 90 so that it flows to the way I want it to flow. After that, I'm going to maybe use this or one of this one. I'm gonna go for this one. I need to do maybe the mahogany or the chestnut, but it's too reflective. I think mahogany is much better. Even the mahogany will look like very nice here, but we'll see. But this one is looking really good right there. Let's see if mahogany will look really good. Yeah, mahogany really is looking good, but we're gonna add a different wood materials right there. And instead here, I want to double check what we have. So it's a different. So I want to set the same material. So mahogany as well. So after this, let's select this one as well. And we'll make sure that all are metal. And then here, this is a wood material. So I'm just going to put it as that one. And then this, so I'm going to go to Quixel Megascan surface, and then I want to use a wood plank. So let's see a wood plank for this. But unfortunately, I think Quixel is not working at the moment. So instead, we're gonna use one of ours right here. So I'm gonna use this instead. I know it's almost the same as what we used there, but this one I like the way it has the plank shown and then the separation. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put something that is veneer instead. And that looks much better. Yes, that looks much better. A lighter wood there. This is a darker wood right here. And at least it's showing. And then we're going to use some stone materials right here. I'm gonna choose something right here. So that's good. And then here we're going to check maybe this one. I think that's good enough for that. And then here we need to turn on the metalness and just put it as gray. We don't need to change it anymore. So I'm happy with that. And then here we just need to put in a nicer stone or brick. So I'm thinking of using the gray brick that we have. I think that's a nice effect there. We can turn this on so that we can see how it looks. I think that's good. So I'm happy with that. So I'm gonna choose this one right here as well. And it goes with the flow. And then just white walls around. So I'm happy with that. So make sure to save it. And then what I notice is I haven't turned on the metalness right here. for this. So looks like I didn't put anything. So what I want to do is go right here and then just put this one. And then I want it to be dark. I think that's good enough. And then let's do some materials for the ground. I want something different. So actually, I'm just gonna put it like that. And I forgot to change this. So that's why I couldn't change how it looks. But maybe I'm going to just go back to Revit and then select this one to change the material. And then after that, you just need to save, and then right here you need to see in Twinmotion. And then after that, we could change this now. Or something gray. And that's a nice effect. We could turn this around. And as you can see, it looks really nice. I like the bump. And then we also have this. So I think this one gives more character. After this, what we can do is add in some lights. So here I'm going to put in the spotlight. So I'm going to put it right here. So I'm changing the speed because that was too much. And then hold on shift, grab it, and then put it on the side. And then now go to our scene graph and highlight both of them by holding on shift, and then holding on shift again to put it twice at 1 meter, because we all know that we have done that. And then we could click on all the spotlight, hold on shift and grab it, and then here you want to make sure you don't press escape yet, so that we could just add everything like that. Although we need to highlight everything again because we want to change this to around 10, so it's not too bright. And then if we see it in Twinmotion, it will look like that. If it's 300, let's see how it looks. So it's too bright. But at the same time, we can make this as dark. Yeah, we could make this as dark. I'm gonna change this to 200. I think that's good enough. So let's just leave it at 200. I think that's good enough for the image. And then undo that. And then here we just need to want to make sure that everything is, we're going to add it again below right here. So add one first, and then 200, and you want to make sure that everything is around 45k, so that everything is same in terms of light. So let's select both of those and then do the same thing. Hold on shift, put it in 1 meters, and then add 2 more. Press OK, and then select the 2 at the top, and then let's put it on the other side. So hold on shift and then add it again. Make sure not to press escape so that you don't need to do it manually. So that looks good. Everything is like that, and I want to create omnidirection for this one, and then I'm just going to make this one as maybe 50, and then I'm gonna grab it and copy it. And I want to see that effect in the image, so I'm gonna put it like that, and that looks good enough. And then here I'm gonna grab this Omni again, hold on shift and the arrow, and then let's just keep on adding. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we should have 5, so that's good. We have 5 of those. So I believe we're good with the lights. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to import it from Revit. So now we also added some of the lights, and then here I'm just zooming in because we have some of here that we haven't added the materials yet. So I'm gonna go to concrete, and I'm just gonna choose one of this, and then here I'm going to change the rotation, so I'm gonna have it like that. After that, let's add in some cars inside, so click on right here, and let's add one right here, and obviously we're gonna rotate this to 90, and that's good enough. We can just move this one a little bit on this side, but that's good enough. And then we could just add one more thing. We could add in, so I'm gonna click here to change the color. I do want it to be maybe blue to change it a little bit. And then here we could add in some bikes, and then we could just rotate it like this. I believe that's much better. And the way it looks there. And then if we check how it looks, that looks really nice. And I like the view. I like the way it looks. So now what I want to do as well is to add in some grass. So what I need to do is we need to select this and select some of these ones that we added, and then we're going to right click and isolate them. So select that, this, and right there, and then right click here, isolate. So now we only have this part. We could actually increase this height a little bit more because it looks like we don't have this image right there, but we're gonna check it out. What I want to do is just finish this. So we could just select here, click on vegetation paint, and then go back right here, click on grass, and then we could add in long grass right here, add in clovers, and then tall grass. I think tall grass, maybe this one is good enough. And then after that, select all of them, increase density, and then after that we could basically add. Let's add everything right here on this side. And I want to be careful not to over add on the edges because it will go over it. So I want to make sure to decrease the diameter once we're here, and then we're gonna do this as well again on the inside right here, because I remember we have some grass as well there. And then here I'm just being careful again to not go over. And then once we finish, we could increase. So we're just being careful. But we're good with the rest. We could even increase that if you want to cover more space. I think that's good enough. And then make it small on this part. For this one only. Let's make it 0.5, and then let's just add it. I think that's good enough. And then here as well, add those grass along right here. And then right here as well. and I'm just gonna increase this a bit. I want to add more. I know this is not something that it will be visible, but if you're doing it, why not do it perfectly? And then after that, just select this one again, and then isolate off. And as you can see, that looks much better. And then we could just isolate this one and that, isolate them as well. And then we're going to do the same thing, but I want one of the floors again. I think one of the floors, I want the painted. So here I just want to grab this and I want to paint it here as well. And then here we could just be careful and then just add it nicely to this part. You don't need to hurry up, because as much as possible, we don't want to go over anything here. And then after that, select this one and then isolate. And then now we could work on this. We want to see if we can change the look. I think this is good enough between the sizing and everything. And then we want to see how this affects, and that looks good. I'm happy. If we intensify, it will look like day. So just a little bit probably. And then we can still showcase this as night rendering. So after that, make sure to save it again, and then we're probably going to add in the trees. So after this, let's go back right here under context, and then we're going to do a vegetation paint, but since that we're in the tree, we could add some of the trees manually so that we have more control, and then we're gonna use vegetation paint afterwards. So something like this vine maple, we could add one right here, and then just make it small enough so that it doesn't bother anything, and it's still visible in some. Also, the one that in front right here, we could add in some trees. I want to add Probably a bush type material. Not agave, that's too much. I'm not sure what's this one is, but you could just add in more. So probably 3 more right here. Not too tall though. So I think that's good. I could just add more right here. Then probably 4 more. So that's perfect. And if we check, we can see that it looks good with the grass and all that. I want to make sure again that this is turned on. So because we went back to Revit, sometimes that happens. So just want to make sure that you turn it on. So this one, I want to change this to a darker metal and a reflective metal. I think that's the one that is missing. That's why I notice it. This one as well. We need some reflectiveness there. So that's good. Now let's add in some trees. Like we said, we want to add some trees first. I'm gonna add a tree there, something right here as well. I wanted to add it like that. I think that's good enough. It's not too much. It's not something that is overpowering. If we have that view right here, that will be good. And then we just need to add more trees at the back to give it more depth. That's good enough. And then here as well. And then let's add a little bit more right here. And then after that, we do some vegetation paint. and then just select everything holding on shift, and then select here. And then now we just need to make it big enough, and then let's just click right there at the back, and then just, you can even just slide it. You don't even need to there we go. And that's what I want, something that will block some views right here. And then what I'm gonna do is we're going to change, so go to setting, weather, and I'm going to make it somewhat a fall view like that. And then let's check it out and how it looks. So that looks good. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to create our images. On this part, I think we forgot to add some grass, so I'm going to add it as well. So I'm just being careful not to go over, but I'm just adding it manually like that, and hopefully I didn't go over. If not, I need to clean it up. I think that's good enough. And then here we could just also select all of this, and then we could increase the size if we want to. But it doesn't look good right here now, but that's fine. Still gonna be looking good like that with everything else. So here I'm gonna select this one, and I'm gonna add a little bit more, making sure that I don't go over, because I know we have some stuff that can be showing right here. 0.5. So I'm just working on the one in front. Just in case that I'm gonna take an image there and it doesn't look good, so at least everything is nice and bulky there. Okay, I think that's good enough. Make sure to save it again, and then after that just take an image. Before that, I always want a 3 in front, so something like that. I'm gonna be okay with this image. We could manually place it there in front, and then we could just move this one a little bit closer. I want it in the shot. And then here you go to content or media, click on image, and you want to make sure to change this to high, and then create an image. And then I'm gonna toggle back there later on. In terms right here, I think the height is good enough. Maybe this is good enough. And then after that, let's do some other shots. So for example, the one right here. And also, I'm thinking of maybe we should put it in rain. So I'm gonna do here, and maybe let's have some water effect. Something like that. So I'm happy with this, but unfortunately this one I just need to quit again and then create another image that is wet. So I don't need to redo it, and then go back here and create this image. And then image in the middle, and then image on the side. And then before you forget, make sure to turn on path tracer on all of them. And that looks good. I like the way the effect is. And then I think we're good with this. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.